delegates, respected scholars, and fellow educators, welcome back to the proceedings of the 19th International and 55th Annual Conference of ELTAI here at Christ, Bengaluru. My name is Dafilabet Kriam, and I will be your MC for today. This year's ELTAI conference is supported by several publishing partners, media organizations, knowledge partners, and international collaborators, including Burlington English, The Hindu, the Oxford University Press, Relo, British Council, Viva Books, Peter Lang Book Series, Journal of English Language Teaching, Journal of Teaching and Research in English Literature, Japan Association of Language Teachers, Bangladesh English Language Teachers Association, Nepal English Language Teachers Association. I thank all our partners on behalf of ELTAI and the Department of English and Cultural Studies, Christ, Bengaluru. We now move to the plenary session titled The Pedagogy of Presence, Explicit Consideration of Pedagogical Choices in English Classrooms. This session invites us to reflect on the mindful and deliberate choices teachers make to enhance engagement, inclusivity, and learner participation in English classrooms. We are deeply honored to have with us Professor Richmond, Chair of the Masters in International Language Education program at Soka University, Tokyo. Professor Stroop's distinguished work has shaped contemporary discourse in language pedagogy and teacher education worldwide. Sharing this session, we have Mr. Rahul R. Kale, National Convener, ELTAI Webinar, and Assistant Professor at Tulani Maritime Institute, Pune, whose leadership in teacher development initiatives has significantly enriched ELTAI's natural outreach. Please join me in welcoming both our speaker and the chair to the dais with a warm round of applause.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible at the back? Well, as teachers, we have often heard the phrase, sage on the stage. But in today's world, where the classrooms are becoming more dynamic, student-centric, we need to take a pause. Are we really sage on the stage? Or are we more than that? Are we facilitators, guide, or the presence that is important? Well, this session today, it will challenge this common notion that students are shy. It is going to propose, instead of common reluctance or the reluctance to speak, how can we encourage our students? How can we avoid this confusion and that cognitive overload and lack of engagement? We really need to reflect on our own ways of dealing with our classrooms. So without taking further delays, I'd like to invite Professor Dr. Richmond Stroop to deliver his talk. Over to you.
Good afternoon. So they told me that I was going to have 50 minutes, and now I have about 25 minutes. So I'm going to speed up a little bit, but I want to try to hit a number of main points. Can you still hear me? And I like to walk around during my presentation. I'm not going to stand behind a podium, all right? Let me just tell you a little bit about myself. First, I am here representing JALT, the Japan Association for Language Teaching. We have a partnership with ELTAI, and I'd like to thank the organizing committee for bringing me here and providing me with an opportunity to speak to you today. A couple of things that I want to talk about today is the decisions that teachers make at every point of planning a lesson, engaging in a lesson, and even after a lesson when we're thinking about assessment, etc. That encompasses materials that we use, the sequencing of different projects, the activities, the technology that we choose to use or not, the language of instruction, and also whether or not we want to engage in some type of multidisciplinary approach. A little bit about me. I am a faculty member at Soka University in Western Tokyo. I'm the chair of the Masters in TESOL program. I'm also a doctoral advisor for applied linguistics and English language pedagogy. I've been teaching in Asia. I was walking with someone and they asked me how many years, and I'm actually too shy to tell you how many years I've been teaching. But it's been a long time, and I really enjoy it. I usually work with students who are going to become English teachers or pre-service or in-service teachers at different institutions in different countries in Asia. So what I want to focus on, my topic is pedagogy of presence. And that was just a topic that I came up with because oftentimes as teachers we get lost with all of the curriculum demands, the exam demands, the homework marking, and everything else, that we forget that we have to make certain choices every day as teachers. We have to choose how we're going to present information, what information we're going to present, how the desks are going to be arranged in the classroom, how we're going to engage with students. All those are choices. We're faced with multitudes of choices every day as teachers. And I want us to slow down a little bit and think about the choices that we make and why we make those choices. The first point that I want to talk about is the curriculum, right? So we all have to deal with a national curriculum. We all have to deal with required textbooks. Many of us have to deal with mixed levels in our classroom, mixed languages. So let's just take all of that as a given. We all have to deal with that. So let's take that as a given rather than an impetus for us not to engage in critically analyzing what we're doing in classes. We hopefully have abilities to create and craft supplementary materials that can be addressed specifically to our students in their local context. And hopefully we can actually engage in our students in initiating their own materials that they can bring into class. Now, this is a point where I ask, is there a principal or officer from the ministry in the audience? No? Good. Because usually I ask them to put their fingers in their ear and hum along because they don't want to hear what I'm about to say, right? So regardless of the curriculum, you have to start where your students are, right? If you're lucky enough that your students that come in on day one that matches the curriculum, that's wonderful. But if you don't, you have to start where your students are, regardless of the curriculum. You've got to work with them to help them move up to meet the beginning of that curriculum, or if you're in a lucky enough situation and they're ahead of the curriculum already, you can speed up the curriculum. But those are choices that teachers have to make based on day one. We can anticipate, we can estimate, but we never really know what the group of students are going to be like until they walk into that classroom on day one. So whatever they present us, that's where we have to start. We have to start where those students are. In addition, we also have to remember that our students may be familiar with the educational context. They may have some familiarity with English, but they may not understand what you want them to do in class. So one of the points that I always make sure that I tell my teachers is you have to teach your students what you want them to do before you ask them to do it. If you come in and you ask students, please outline this passage, they're going to look at you with blank faces. What does that mean? What do you expect? What do you want us to do? One of the worst instructions that a teacher can give is discuss in a group about this topic. Well, what does that mean? How do you want us to frame the discussion? right? So this takes time, but this is a conscious choice that I encourage teachers to make, is that whatever you want your students to do, teach them your expectations first. Give them a chance to practice. Give them feedback so that they know what you're doing. That's an investment of time at the beginning, but then after that, you can say, okay, discuss this topic. They know how to do it. Outline this patches. They know how to do it. And you can speed up later. But you have to take the time to make sure that the students actually understand what you expect of them. Now, this is one of the points that I often hear from teachers that I often try to refute, right? Shy students, right? Shy is a personality characteristic, right? And I agree that maybe we have about 10% of students whose personality is shy. But in reality, I don't think most of our students are shy. In reality, I think that's an excuse that teachers use, right? So let me give you an example. So here we have this young student who's been called up to the front of the room to present some type of information to the class. How many of you this looks familiar to you, right? Okay, how many of you do this in your classrooms, right? How many of you have done this as a student learning in your class? Okay, so lots of hands waving across, right? And this is not inherently an inappropriate methodology, right? But let me give you an example. So if I asked you to come up on stage and say this to this audience, right? Would you be comfortable with that? Is that okay? Stressful at all? I see a couple heads, maybe a little stressful. Okay, right? What if I asked you to do this? Come up onto the stage and say this in front of all your 200 colleagues. Stressful yet? Oh, now I see some negatives, right? How about this? Selamat pagi. It's the same sentence, but it's in Bahasa Indonesia. Or, how many of you want to come up and do this? Ohayo gozaimasu. So what happens? I mean, as we go through that, I look at the audience and I say, well, English is okay because we're all English teachers, right? But then the Hindi, the Bahasa Indian, we're getting nervous and nervous. And I'm guessing fewer and fewer of you would want to come up on stage and do that in front of all of your colleagues. Well, if that's the case, if you know that it's stressful, if you know that it's uncomfortable, why are we asking our students to do that? Right? Right? And if it's because that's the way it's always been done, not a good enough answer. That's the way I was taught, not a good enough answer. I want you to think more critically about that. Now, again, as I mentioned, this is not inherently a bad activity, right? It's not inherently a bad methodology, but how you set it up, how you prepare your students. Is it best to have one student or maybe come up in pairs? Is it better to have the students present, but not in front of 36 other students, but maybe in a group of 5, in a group of 6, right? So there are many different ways that we need to critically think about what we're doing in class at the presence, the pedagogy of presence, and think about, is this the best educational approach for our students at this moment? Or can I adapt that in some way and actually receive more benefit from that particular approach? So I believe that students are not necessarily shy. Some are, about 10%, but most of our students are not shy. They are overwhelmed, they have too much information, they're confused, they don't know what to do, or they're simply bored and don't want to be there. They're not shy. But these points we can address, right? So how do we address these? This is a picture of what? Anybody know? Anybody know? Scaffolding, great, right? And why is scaffolding important? In what way? But so specifically, if you have a task at hand, how would you scaffold that task? Okay, so you want to break down that activity into smaller components, right? Spread it out. Give them some time to understand what's expected of them. Give them some time to practice. I cannot stress this enough, that this is one of your most effective tools in your teacher toolbox. And I want to say scaffolding, 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 scaffolding. Don't forget it, right? Don't get rushed because I'm on page 36. I got to finish page 36 today. I got to do page 37 tomorrow. And on Monday, I've got to do page 38, right? That is not a critical analysis of what you're doing in the class. You're being driven by the curriculum or being driven by the textbook. We need to try not to let that happen. So scaffolding is incredibly important, right? It takes time. It takes time. But again, that's time that's invested. So once you scaffold that the first time, once they understand how to choose partners, how to work in peer groups, how to give peer review, you've invested that time. The next time you can ask them and immediately they'll do it because they understand the expectations. So that time investment is very, very important. Instructions. Teacher instructions. I think this is one of the skills that is neglected in any pre-service or in-service teacher education program. The instructions that teachers give are incredibly important and how they deliver those. The most common mistake is that teachers are giving too much information too quickly. And students, again, we go back, they're overwhelmed or they're confused. They're not shy, they just don't know what to do, right? So the guide that I give my teachers is, in any activity, you have 3 steps and plan it for 20 minutes. If you have an activity that includes more than 3 steps, separate it, make it 2 activities. This allows students to actually understand what you want them to do and gives them time to actually go through that process, right? You can't just push students through the curriculum because then they'll be overwhelmed and they're not shy, they just don't want to be in class, right? Again, it takes time, but the benefit is going to outweigh the time cost. And this is going to lead to success. Right? We want to create activities in our class that allow students to experience success. Think about yourself as a language learner, right? Or myself as a language learner. If I understand the task is scaffolded enough, I've got enough support, even if I don't like English, I can actually, okay, I did that successfully, that's okay. Maybe English is not so bad. On the other hand, I didn't do that. I didn't understand what was in class. I was embarrassed in front of my classmates. I hate English. You have that kind of student, it's going to be very, very difficult to work with, right? I interviewed a pre-service teacher education student in Indonesia, and he said that he was so afraid because he didn't understand what was happening in his English class that he ran out of school and jumped over the fence to escape his English class. This is a pre-service English teacher saying this, right? So we need to think about where our students are. So we want to be able to craft activities so that they are successful. Success breeds confidence. Confidence breeds positive motivation. Right? We also have to be careful about allowing our students time to engage with the language. PPP, what does that mean? Anybody? Presentation, practice, and production. Now, I notice that it's the more senior teachers in front who are answering that because that's a more traditional approach, right? Presentation, practice, and production. So presentation is very important. I'm not saying that teachers should never be in front of the classroom. It's very important to be in front of the classroom. But I think this actually simplifies the system a little bit too much, right? Because it seems like you present everything, you practice it, and they produce it, and you're done. And you ask students, do you understand? And all your students say, yes, we understand. Do they understand? No, they don't understand. right? So it's not just presentation, practice, production, but it's presentation, practice, 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 production over and over again. Practice, practice. It's recycling, spiraling throughout the course. And what I've added at the last step is consolidation, right? And consolidation for me means that the students have done this, they produced this, they practiced it so much that they have accepted that as part of their linguistic repertoire. They understand it. You ask them that question inside class, outside of class, they can answer you. That's consolidation. They've internalized that information, right? But again, that takes time. You've got to give them time to practice that, to recycle, spiral that throughout your curriculum. Communication. So communication, if we want our students to develop communicative abilities, we have to give them time in the classroom to communicate. My understanding is, based on the classes that I've observed in India and other countries, classes are about 40 minutes, 45 minutes, something like that, right? So it's important to make sure that our students make use of that time, right? What that means is this becomes a math problem. Now, I know we're teachers of English and we're not very good at math, but this is a simple math problem, right? So based on your activities, how many people in your classroom are speaking at one time? Let's say, how many students do you have? 36? 36 is an average number, right? 36. 36 is an easy number for me to do math with, so we're going to do 36, okay? So for this first picture, how many people in the class are speaking? Just one, right? Not bad. PPP includes presentation. Teacher is important, right? But how many, we have to think, if the teacher is speaking, that means 36 students are in the classroom. They're not speaking, right? Here we have a group activity with 6 students, right? So 36, we got 6 students, 6 groups of 6 equals 36 students. In this picture, how many students are speaking? In the whole classroom, how many are speaking? All 36? Really? Not a chance. Maybe 6, maybe, because you can see this one little girl over here on the right-hand side? She's not speaking. She's not talking, and it's not going to be possible for every student in that group to speak at the same time. But let's be generous. Let's say 6, that's 1 per group, maybe 2. Let's be generous. So but now we have 12 students in the class speaking at one time. So we've gone from 1 to 12, so we're making progress. What happens here? Now how many students are speaking? That's a math question. They're not speaking at the same time. 18. So now we've gone from 1 to 12 to 18. So now we have 18 students speaking in the classroom, right? And sometimes we have to go through this process. We have to present based on the teacher, do some group work, although I would not suggest 6. I would suggest not more than 3 in a group because it forces students to actually engage and speak. And then do pair work, right? But those are choices that we make, and those are progressions that we can also make, right, when introducing new information. The purpose of this is that the value of the classroom is the social interaction of learning. It's the social community. It's the ability to communicate with other students in the classroom, right? That's the value of the classroom. They only have, 2 sessions a week to speak English? We need to make the most of that time, right? And sometimes we want to end that with a homework. But keep in mind, you present, you've got group work, you've got 18 students speaking, you've got this really engaged class, and then you say, okay, write a paragraph. What happens? The energy of that classroom drops dramatically. This becomes an individual activity, and there's no communication. You're not making use of the value of the social context of the classroom. Now, in some cases, you need to have them to get started so they understand what they're going to do, or maybe they're not going to do homework at home. They need to do that. But just keep in mind, be aware that when you shift from this really engaged class that everyone is working in pairs to a writing, you're dropping the energy and the engagement of that class significantly. 10 more minutes? I'm going to take 10. I'm going to eat into your lunch a little bit. Another important point is teacher questioning. Your questions that you ask students in the classroom are critically important. So what kind of questions do you ask? Right? So sometimes teachers will ask just informal questions, right? But be careful. If you ever ask a question, wait for an answer. So many times when I observe teachers teach, they ask, well, what do you think the question to number 3 is? Well, the question to number 3 is, they answer their own question before they give time for the students to answer. If you do that, what are you teaching your students? Absolutely. If I sit here and be quiet enough, she's going to answer that question on her own, right? And we don't want them to do that. We want them to be able to answer that. So you have to wait for an answer. Sometimes it's painful. You don't want, again, we're under time constraints, but you need to wait for an answer. Also, you should never ask a question that students are not prepared to answer. Don't answer just a question out of the blue, right? Again, they need to be scaffolded. They need to be supported. They need to realize that success. So make sure that you are asking questions that they actually can answer, right? You can always ask follow-up questions for the better students who can think ahead of the class, but you want to target for that 80% of the students that are in your class. So there are lots of questions that you can ask. If you ask any of my students, my favorite question is why. So if I ask them, what's the answer to question number 1? They say A. My response, why? Why is A better than B? Why is A better than C? Why not B or C? So it's not just, I'm going to give you the correct answer, but they know they have to explain their reasoning for every question. I don't always ask that question, but they know that they better be prepared for it so that when I do ask that question, they are ready to answer. So I want my students to think, not just memorize. I want them to think about how language fits together, why we're using this verb tense in this context, that verb tense in that context. I give them the information and I help them practice it, but then I expect them to utilize that to be able to answer me in the classroom. This familiar to everyone? What is this? Bloom's taxonomy, right? So I just heard in the seminar this morning, one of the things that we need to do is we need to push our students up into that higher order thinking area. And the way that we do that is with our questioning, right? Now, oftentimes when I'm doing workshops, I hear from, especially the Japanese teachers that I work with, is my students can't do critical thinking in English. They can't do it. And I completely reject that opinion, right? Let me give you an example. What's this a picture of? iPhone and an Android, right? So if I ask my students in Japanese to compare and contrast an iPhone and an Android based on functionality and tech specifications, and then explain to me which one I should buy based on my needs, they can talk all day long. That's nothing but critical thinking skills. But it's relevant to them, it's content-based that's relevant to them, and if they're using L1, it's a very familiar language. The task for us as teachers is to bring that activity into the classroom in an appropriate way. Let me show you this. So here, we're talking about the global price of oil. So we're talking about most effective mechanisms to reduce extreme fluctuations in the global price of oil. Compare and contrast the effects of oil shortages based on the knowledge, what's the concept of supply and demand? Easy? Difficult? Hello? Easy or difficult? Incredibly difficult. I'm an American, but I don't know economics. This would be difficult for me to answer, right? But if we take the same structure, knowledge, analysis, synthesis, evaluation, and change the topic, what is your favorite movie? Compare and contrast your favorite movie with another person's favorite movie. Explain, tell me why this is your favorite movie, and give me 3 reasons. Pure critical thinking skills. But it's on a topic that is accessible to our students. It's also requiring linguistic skills that are also accessible to lower level students. So what we want to do is we want to move students from the concept of supply and demand up to effective mechanisms. We want to move them, what is your favorite movie, up to why is this your favorite movie? But we want to focus on linguistically and content level appropriate activities so that our students can demonstrate their ability to develop and share their critical thinking skills. Technology. Technology is something that we all are increasingly being required to use in the classroom. However, I want you to think carefully, how does the technology add value to the educational experience? Too often, I see technology used in the classroom because for technology's sake. And that's, in my opinion, inappropriate, right? PowerPoint, right? I'm using a PowerPoint because I'm talking to a large group of people. But I think PowerPoint is one of the deadliest pieces of technology for the education of children that I've ever seen, right? And the reason is that it's done, technology is used inappropriately, right? I also say that the uncritical use of technology makes bad teaching worse and good teaching better. Let me show you what I mean. So here's an example of a PowerPoint presentation, a PowerPoint slide in a secondary school in Indonesia. So if you look at this, over here on this side, you have the English words. Over here, you have the pronunciation, and then you've got the L1 translation. Even if this was a handout, this would not be very appropriate, right? If you look at the vocabulary, you have peninsula, snout, amazing. How do those words connect in any way possible, right? So, and there's way too many words. It's just too much information. Your students are feeling overwhelmed. Let me point out, the teacher that used this slide was an excellent teacher. She was working in a vocational high school with a class of boys that was really difficult to work with. She did an amazing job until she showed this slide, and then she started losing some of the students, right? But even technology doesn't make a difference. Here, this is difficult for you to read, but this is almost 20 functions about asking for and giving opinions. How many functions do you need to ask and give opinions, right? Again, this is overwhelming for these students. They'll never remember all these. They'll never use all these. And my question to the teacher is it necessary to use all of these in order to meet the goal and objective of class? And her response was, well, I use them because they're in the book. Wrong choice. Uncritical choice. So again, use 5 of those or 6 of those so that your students are not overwhelmed. Engage them in that 20-minute activity with only 3 steps, and then add others later in another 20-minute activity next week, right? You still meet those goals and objectives, but you do that in a meaningful way for your students. The best teachers I have seen in different countries are teachers most of my research is in very rural secondary schools. There's little technology, very few resources, but these teachers do amazing work with very limited technology because they engage their students. We can't talk about technology without talking about AI. When AI came out, it was like the Terminator. Everyone thought it was going to destroy education as we knew it, right? Then the pendulum went back, and then we thought, oh, it's like Aladdin's lamp. It's going to be the solution to all of our problems. Well, reality is it's neither one of those, as the speaker yesterday mentioned. What we focus on in my university classes is the ethical and effective use of AI. And what I focus on is a skills-first approach. Learn the skill, then use AI to refine and use AI as a tutor. So for example, I have my students write a summary of a short article, but I teach them how to do that summary. And we go through a lot of steps. We have to go through reading, understanding paragraph organization, vocabulary work, outlining. What does it mean to outline? How do you outline? Draft an outline, submit that. Do discussion questions. How do you prepare for a discussion question? When I ask you a discussion question in class, how do I expect you to respond? Then we get to, now that we understand all the content, now that we go to the summary, outlining the summary, language skills, writing skills, multiple drafts, peer feedback, etc. Right? Go through all those points. Then we get a draft of the summary. I asked my students to put that through chat PDF, and this is the summary they got, and immediately said, that's not a summary. That's not correct. Good. That's the critical evaluation of AI output. So let's ask it a different question. Give me a little bit more information. Still not right. Do another prompt. Then we get a little, this last one comes a little bit closer to what I'm expecting my students to produce. But even here, it's copying too much. This is through Turnitin. It's 11% similarity. I never allow my students to submit anything above 9% similarity. So they have to go in and they have to paraphrase. But now they understand they can't copy and paste. They can't copy and paste from that AI-generated text. Paraphrase rules apply, which means you can't use 3 words in the same order as the original text. That 4th word is copying. 3 words is okay. The United Nations, that's okay. That 4th word, plagiarism and copying. But they can find suggestions about how to improve their paragraphs, particularly vocabulary. I have a long list of vocabulary they can't use. It, something, anything, people. They can't use any of those words. So they struggle with trying to find the vocabulary. AI can help that. Then they revise their final draft, but they declare, this is the way that I used AI. So that's the ethical and effective way of using AI. Students come to speak to me, ask me a question. I used to say, Google it. You don't need to ask me. Google it on your own. Why are you asking me? Now I'm asking, ask AI. Why are you asking me this question, right? You need to learn how to go on your own. A couple more minutes. That's okay. I'm going to still take a couple more minutes. So we have the language of instruction. Like, what language of instruction do you use when you're teaching, right? And why? That's the key point. Why are you using that language of instruction, right? Like using L1, or in some cases for your students L2 or L3, is absolutely appropriate and necessary, right? But I also tell my students that when they stand in front of the classroom, my Japanese students or my other students for whom English is not an L1, when you're standing in front of the classroom, you are a model of a successful language learner. I can never do that because I'm a native speaker. My English can always be discounted because you're a native speaker. But when a Japanese student or an Indonesian student or a Russian student stands in front of a class, they demonstrate the model of a successful language learner. If they don't use English in the classroom, they rob that experience from their students. We did a workshop with teachers in elementary level in Thailand when English was introduced to the elementary level. And we worked with elementary level teachers that were not English teachers to begin with. And this one teacher that I observed, she did an incredible lesson that was all based on TPR, total physical response. She had about 20 elementary school students in the classroom, not enough desks, not enough books, not enough chairs, no glass in the windows, just a wooden classroom. And she did an incredible job. She did everything that we had asked her to do. And in the post-observation interview, I told her, I said, I'm so happy. I'm so proud of what you've done. Thank you so much for letting me come into your class. You've implemented everything that we wanted you to. And she looked at me, and then she looked at my translator because she did not understand a word that I said. And through the translator, she told me that she was about 1 or 2 weeks ahead of her students learning the English that she was teaching in class. And that was just incredible to me. She's my hero as a teacher, because when I'm sitting in my ivory tower with all my university textbooks around, I remember that teacher that was doing incredible things with very limited resources. So think about why you're using the language that you're using, and make sure that you're demonstrating a model of a successful language learner in your classroom. Quickly, think about, what are the other teachers in your school teaching? What's the science teacher teaching? What's the physics teacher teaching? What's the history teacher teaching? See if you can connect that information across classrooms. The best schools, the best secondary schools that I've seen have done this in an overarching school vision, so that all the teachers, all the classes, all the students are pulling in the same direction. So again, thank you very much for listening to me. As teachers, we make choices every day, every lesson. Please make every choice count. I'm representing JALT. Go to jalt.org. We have hundreds of journals and materials that are free and available for download online. And if you're interested in pursuing a master's or doctoral degree, look us up on Google and contact me. Be happy to talk with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Scroop. You rightly said that we as teachers make choices every now and then in each and every session. And of course, your session made us think about rethinking about all the do's and don'ts when we go to the class. We go with our own limitations at times, but then we need to give our best to our students. Now, can we have a very quick question? We don't have much time, but then, yeah. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Professor Stoop. Thank you for such a nice talk. I am a recent postgraduate student and prospective teacher researcher in English language teaching. So since we were talking about ethical use of AI, I had a question that I was discussing with my friend here, is that what do learners and teachers do when even learners' own words are sometimes miscategorized as plagiarized or taken from AI according to usual AI checking models? So is there a way to circumvent that other than through paraphrasing, or can we enable learners to like prompt engineer or like use their words in such a way that even accidental plagiarism doesn't occur? Because it is a...
So the answer to your question is yes. There are strategies to avoid that. And one way is to be familiar with the level of writing that your students are able to do. And if they give you a piece of writing and I look and I find a sentence that I know they didn't do, I ask them if they did it, if they used AI. And if they say no, and I still believe that they did, I say, well, paraphrase it for me. Explain it to me. If they can't do this, I tell them it's garbage. I'm not going to read it. Redo it and give it to me again. And I do that to 2 or 3 students, and the message gets across, right? Secondly, the other point is that you go through a process of the writing, right? So when my students are doing the writing, I get a beginning idea, which is the topic plus 3 ideas, beginning outline that may be based on 2 or 3 articles, a detailed outline that's based on a number of articles, the first couple of paragraphs, whichever ones they want to do, and then the whole thing. And then, so we go through that process so I can see the development of their ideas through the writing process. So I'm not just looking at the final draft, right? On the other side of the coin, I'm telling students, please use AI for brainstorming. There's nothing wrong. Don't cut and paste. Don't cut and paste. Don't cut and paste. I don't know how many times I say that during my class. But if you stay away from that and you use AI effectively, then that's okay. And we talk about that a lot. We talk about it a lot in class. We talk about it a lot when I'm giving feedback. So it's not this secret or it's not this demon that we keep hidden away. It's something that we talk about frequently with our students, including my graduate students. So no graduate student can ever come to me and say, I can't find a reference anymore. And like, really? Give me 10 seconds on my phone right here with you and I'll find them, right? So they know they can't do that. I've also had a doctoral student that struggled with logical progression and integration of references. And she wrote 40 pages of a literature review, and it was okay. It had all the components. It just didn't flow very well. It wasn't very creative. And I asked her, I said, take 2 paragraphs, put it through AI, ask it to rewrite it for logical progression and synthesis of information, and take 3 ideas from that and edit yours. And do that for every 2 paragraphs for 40 pages. By the end of 40 pages, she was writing a beautiful literature review. And I didn't have to sit there next to her for 8 hours to help her do it.
Thank you, Professor Stroop. That was very well answered. Thank you so much, everyone. And on behalf of ELTAI and Christ University, I'd like to thank Professor Stroop for such a wonderful presentation. Of course, we are going to take a lot of things back from this session. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you, Professor Richmond, for a session that beautifully highlighted the intersection of purpose, pedagogy, and presence. May I now request our chairperson, Mr. Rahul, to present Professor Richmond with our token of appreciation. Our sincere thanks also to Mr. Rahul R. Calais for chairing this plenary session with such grace and academic depth. May I now invite Dr. Srilata R., Associate Professor, Department of English and Cultural Studies and Head, Department of Languages, to present Mr. Rahul with a token of appreciation. Thank you, ma'am. We will now break for lunch. Lunch is being served in the basement of the central block. When you exit this block, please head to your left, straight. The first building after the grounds is where the central block is. The next session will begin here at the KE Auditorium, sharp at 2 p.m. Please be on time and enjoy your meal. Thank you.
Aruna, I was looking for you. I was thinking, did Aruna come?
She's coming. 3 people.
Hello?
Welcome back, everyone. We now continue with our post-lunch plenary session titled Lessons Taught, Lessons Learned, Teacher and Learner Narratives. This session promises a unique
One second, yeah.
Quickly we can answer. And then there is a project presentation.
No, I took her.
But did they starting? National certificate. Right?
For making announcement to National Secretary for making announcement. To make announcement.
நல்லா இருக்கு.
Make an announcement of ELTAI grant.
I'm saying to introduce us to it.
Welcome back, everyone. We now continue with our post-lunch plenary session titled Lessons Taught, Lessons Learned, Teacher and Learner Narratives. This session promises a unique intergenerational dialogue between teachers and learners, exploring how classroom experiences shape mutual growth, reflection, and transformation. This session is chaired by Dr. Shobha K. Dr. Shobha K. and this session is chaired by Dr. Shobha K. and will also be I'm sorry. This session is chaired by Dr. Shobha K. Dr. Aruna will join as a teacher speaker, and we also have 2 student speakers for the same. May I now invite the chair and the speakers on stage. Dr. Shobha K.N. is an associate professor at the National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, Chennai, and Dr. Aruna P. is an assistant professor of English, St. Joseph's College of Commerce, Bengaluru. Joining them is Ms. Ishnavi Pillai, an IB student from Harvest International School, Bengaluru, and Mr. Uday Kumar, BA History student from St. Joseph's College, Trichy. Together, they represent both ends of the educational continuum, experience and aspiration, reminding us that learning is truly reciprocal. Please join me as we welcome our speakers with a round of applause.
So a very good afternoon and welcome to this very interesting session. This is called a plenary session and 4 of us are here. The title of this session is the title of the conference itself. So that was the first thing that caught my eye. Lessons taught and lessons learned. Teacher and student narratives. So I think this session will capture the essence of the conference itself. There's been so much of learning that we've had. So the plan for the session is like this. I would start the session and I would be sharing some of the lessons learned and lessons taught from my experience as a teacher and a teacher educator. I was also going to say student, but I thought I will leave it to them. So because all of us have been students at some part of the language learning process. So I will speak as a teacher educator. And then, of course, we have Aruna ma'am and then the students who will be talking from the learner narratives. One of the first lessons that I have noticed in my own experience as a teacher educator, so for the past 3 years, I've been into the teacher education space, and before that, I was in a university teaching students. I strongly believe that teachers grow when they research their own classrooms. So classroom action research is something that I strongly root for. And as part of my own British Council projects and the other teacher education programs that I have done, I believe that this empowers teacher to see learning not just as delivering lessons. So they can see learning happening when they are doing this classroom action research and not simply delivering lessons. Because when we have mentored teachers, we also understand that inquiring transforms the confidence and the classroom culture, which is very essential for teachers today. And when I was also reflecting on what was the lesson that I learned from this classroom action research projects that we have done and this continuous classroom action research that has to go on. We understand that teachers always don't need perfect data. I know that we are hard-pressed for time, and it is difficult for us to do all the statistics to understand how formulae work, whether it is your t-test or the p-test. So if you look at that, we don't need perfect data, but we need to ask meaningful questions. And when teachers own their puzzles, innovation becomes natural. So this is a lesson learned from this experience of classroom action research, that is, teachers grow when they research their own classrooms. So I believe that a reflective teacher becomes a purposeful teacher also, and research can always turn intuition into insight. So that is the first lesson I would like to highlight. The second lesson, I always believe in experiential pedagogy, and I think it is a bridge to employability. When the Honorable Minister was addressing the audience yesterday, he mentioned an important word. He said, mother tongue gives you an identity and English opens up opportunities. So it is opportunities that the students who come to our classes look for. The parents who are sending the students to our classrooms also hope for. And employability is a crucial factor when it comes to English language teachers because we take care of them in the first semester, second semester. Especially in the schools, if you see, we do have this entrepreneurship. Now, CBSE curriculum class 10, it has a textbook, especially for entrepreneurship. I know this well because I teach it to my son. So they have AI, they have green skills, entrepreneurship, life skills. So when it comes to employability, we have understood that communication skills, interaction, the competence of interaction and collaborative learning, all this makes learning real. And also micro-learning. Now this demonstrates the power of small and engaging interventions that can happen in our class. So I have taught about this, I have spoken about this in my own teacher education classrooms, in my other classrooms as well. And I have learned that students learn best when language is used in context, especially when they are doing the tasks and whenever there is some project-based learning happening. So we are here to uncover the content and not just to cover the syllabus that is given, because employability does not simply come from English proficiency. I believe that is a myth. It does not come from English proficiency alone, but from communicative confidence built from experience. So this is the second lesson that I would like to highlight, which is experiential pedagogy, which teachers have to focus on. And when it comes to the third lesson that I would like to highlight, materials that we use. Now, I strongly believe that materials must evolve with learners and not the other way around. It is not like you prepare a material and you expect your student to adhere to that material. Instead, materials must also evolve with learners and not the other way around. So we are not going to work out with a template syllabi, but then we have to mirror real needs. And the lessons learned here are this one-size-fits-all approach can be alienating our learners. So material designing is not about producing resources. It is about producing relevance. And in a country like India, multilingualism can also be a challenge. I would like to share a personal experience here. So when we look at the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, where I was training some 44 teachers in one particular hall, I could see that those teachers spoke at least more than 25 languages. They were from different parts of India. We also had some first-generation Nicobarese teachers in the classroom. Now think about the classrooms they enter. We have a highly multilingual space with the teacher having one native language. So bilingualism becomes a challenge there. Multilingualism becomes a resource there. So I think in a classroom like the Indian classroom, multilingualism becomes a resource. Lesson 4, I would like to touch technology, because I believe that technology can be a partner in teaching and not a replacement. So I have conducted several trainings on AI-driven education, gamification, digital tools, podcasting, learner engagement. So I have learned that technology amplifies good pedagogy, but it can never rescue weak pedagogy. So teachers need to use their digital mindsets, not just digital tools and structures. And also there is this big scare of AI now. I also believe that AI is not going to replace teachers, but teachers who use AI will definitely try and redefine learning. That is lesson 4. The last lesson that I would like to touch upon is that teachers are leaders, not just lesson deliverers. So I have taught that teachers are influencers. They have the attention of at least 50 students for an hour in the class, and how the quality of leadership grows into them when they're able to influence students. And I also believe that a politician thinks about the next election, but a statesman thinks about the next generation. And I believe that teachers are all statesmen. We think about the next generation. So these are some of the lessons that I have learned from my own experiences, and these are also some of the lessons that I have taught other teachers as part of my teacher education programs. Now, we will move on to Dr. Aruna P., and we will listen to her own experiences and see what she has to cater.
Thank you, Dr. Shobha, and good afternoon, everyone. My experience, my approach to this panel discussion would be to unpack this Title of the panel discussion, Lessons Taught, Lessons Learned, Teacher and Learner Narratives. Both from the teacher's perspective and a learner's perspective, I'd like to give you some insights by regaling you all with one episode that happened in the recent past, one of my experiences. I was assigned to go teach a class how to write coherently, and I chose to take the article titled Caste, Class and Eggs by John Dries. And the choice of the article was one of the prescribed articles, so I had no other option but to take the prescribed article from the syllabus, because the larger aim of the subject was Development Matters. That's the title of that subject. And the aim was to try and familiarize students with current issues, issues that are pressing concerns in some of the states, and to just get the students to understand what is happening and to critique it and to be able to write it. Now, when I was thinking about what are some of the burning issues that we face as ELT professionals or English educators, without much effort, one issue came to my mind. On the top of my mind was ELT and AI. How do they partner, or is one a threat to the other? Is AI a threat to ELT? So how do we marry these two entities? Anything related to writing, we see that students are constantly falling back, and ma'am actually mentioned AI, and so it's a great way for me to follow on on that topic as well. So anything to do with writing, students do fall back, and they do have the liberty to use phones in the classroom where I work. So this topic, John Dries' Class, Caste and Eggs, just to give you a context, it speaks about, the author John Dries has done a study on how Anganwadi students were denied eggs as part of their midday meals. Therefore, it became, before I knew it, I thought I was going to teach them to write, but before I knew it, I realized that my class is full of vegetarian Jain students, and they were taking it as a political topic, and it became a very contentious issue. Before I knew it, I was fielding all these politically charged questions from students, and there were two clear cohorts, one a vegetarian group, one cohort was non-vegetarian group. And this article clearly critiques how some governments, based on their vegetarian beliefs, so they were falling back on their party ideologies, they were denying eggs, and they were looking at eggs as a non-vegetarian form of protein. So it was a full-blown war, and before it became any bigger, I thought, okay, let me put some controls and guardrails in place now. And I said, okay, everybody's views are welcome, but here are the rules of today's class. We're just not going to sit and fight, but we're going to try and learn how to fight and validate our claims, because that we got to keep falling back on our learning objectives. And I am not there to entertain a political debate. I am here to teach students how to critique a piece and write on it. So I said, let me guide you. Whoever has whatever view, don't just shoot empty claims, but make sure. And where did they go for claims? So they started again, went back to their phones, and either Perplexity or ChatGPT, they had the liberty to. So I gave them a framework, and I said, whenever you make an empty claim, fall back on a credible source of evidence, and that is how you would support your claim, because that's how we are here to do business, and my business is to teach you how to write analytically. And so I put down an acronym on the board, and I said PEAL. Either this or learn this word, PEARL, peel or pearl. What does PEAL stand for? Point, evidence, analysis, and link. And what does PEARL stand for? Point, evidence, analysis, related, link, related topic, and then link. So every paragraph should have this framework, and you see. So they were making their claims. They said, ma'am, no, soy protein also is a form of good protein, not just eggs. Why can't we give students eggs? So I said, how are you backing your claim? And they brought in a source from some NABARD, National Bank of Agriculture and Rural. I said, that's not a credible. Go to credible bodies which are responsible. So I had to rework and be patient. And then when I put forward all these rules is when what would have been a full-blown war and personal attacks among different student cohorts turned into a very organized, and then they also were respectful of this, and they started to see the point of the class, and then there was some order and better sense had prevailed. So what I'm trying to tell you all today is that we as teachers, we may go into a classroom prepared for one topic, but we have to be prepared for beyond that, because what their perceived realities, their lived realities is completely different from our perceptions of the world. We do belong, and AI is here to stay. Ma'am also mentioned that AI is one of the things that we'll have to battle with. And she said AI cannot replace the teachers, but I would make a different addition to it. I would say students are it is their reality. So I was also teaching them how to use AI. So this also gives a gap where we English teachers are in a very good position to fill of how to teach them AI literacy so that they could use it ethically. And most of them were using AI to look up sources rather than to write sources. So it became a challenge for them. It became like a puzzle for them. So at one level, an English teacher is not only doing the work of how to teach, how to write, but also how to write or construct your prompt, because AI is here to stay. It is their reality. And human intelligence, they say, is augmented by artificial intelligence. So we may as well prepare them for the world that they are going to be ready and they're going to take on. So I do have other experiences related to what lessons I intended to teach and what lessons I was taught by virtue of taking some content into class. But that would maybe, in the interest of time, I would stop here and I would give it to the next panelist. We can always have a chat about it in the Q&A session. So this was an experience that I wanted to share with you all. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Aruna, for highlighting the importance of evidence in learning. I would next like to invite Ms. Ishanvi Pillai. So she's a class 9 student. So it's always nice to listen to a student's perspective in a conference like this. So I welcome you to share your experiences on language learning, the lessons you have learned.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for inviting me to this conference. I think one of my favorite things as an IB learner is how the teachers always have new ways of surprising us when it comes to even the content that they teach us. So one of my favorite experiences in an English classroom was in grade 7, where in IB we have one separate subject known as IDU, or interdisciplinary learning, in which they combine two subjects and they teach subject matter that has correlation to both subjects. So for this specific IDU, we had chemistry and English combined, which was, all of the students were surprised. We had no idea what they were going to teach us, because how could they possibly combine English and chemistry? And when the teachers walked into the classroom, the first thing they asked us was, do all of you watch anime? And we were like, what? Why would you ask us that? After a few discussions on anime, they later told us that our unit was called Animestry, and the topic that they were choosing was how we could correlate the elements in the periodic table to characters in anime. So, for example, if any of you have seen anime, you would notice that the characters are very ecstatic and they're very expressive in the way they communicate, similar to the elements in the periodic table, which is what we had to correlate. And we had to assign an anime character to every single one of the elements in the periodic table. And with those characters, we had to illustrate and write a graphic novel based on the conventions that we had learned in English and the properties of the elements in the periodic table. So we could combine our knowledge of anime and our knowledge of chemistry to create something that was extremely bizarre in my experience. Another thing I would like to comment upon, as the other professors, assistant professors have mentioned, is how AI has shaped our language learning experience. So in IB, our boards are known as e-assessments, and they're written online. And we have two applications on which we usually have our assessments. One is Managed Back, which is where they upload assignments, worksheets, or anything. And Assess Prep, on which we have our normal assessments or exams. And I think it's very interesting that in the earliest stages of research, while we have a group project or any sort of assignment, the teachers are insisting on us using AI as brainstorming or the initial stages of research before we actually implement our own ideas and do an in-depth research or in-depth analysis on what we're going to write about. And I think it's really interesting that a lot of professors or people who are who are teachers think that AI is something that is negative or shouldn't be used in the classrooms, while our classroom teachers promote using AI and exploring how much deeper we can go with AI. So I think that's really interesting. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing those interesting insights that you've had from your own classroom. And we are all very curious to know how the animistry class really went ahead. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Uday Kumar. Now, he's a student of history, and he would be sharing his own language learning experiences with us. Uday?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Uday Kumar from Trichy St. Joseph College. First of all, thank you for giving this opportunity to me. Now I'm going to talk about lessons taught, lessons learned, and experienced learner narrative. An experienced learner means me, because I would like to share my experience in this learner narrative. Intro, first of all. I was born in Andaman. My parents noticed my problem on my vision, so we migrated from Andaman to Rameshwaram, our native, a small village. In my first standard to fifth standard, I studied in that particular village. After I entered into a sixth standard of my school education, I want to learn English and I want to become a good communicator, so I went to Chennai, the school which was especially made for the visually impaired students. I completed my schooling in Chennai from my 6th standard to 12th standard. After that, I came to Trichy St. Joseph College for my undergraduate studies. It was really a good experience for me because in my 6th standard to 12th standard, I studied in the visually impaired students only. But during my college, I coexisted with each other like other normal persons. Now, I'm going to talk about my topic into a few divisions. First, I would like to talk about fulfillment. How English language made with things hope. The first topic is the language of possibility. English language makes me a positive and a possible manner. Wherever I become stuck, English language provides a guidance for me, so it is a great possibility for me. Next topic is teachers who believed before I did. When I was in 10th standard, my sir, who was taking English class at that time, he gave an opportunity to me. I spoke in front of the audience for my 10th standard school annual day function. It was a nice experience for me. He never knows me, but he gave an opportunity to talk. This was a starting journey where I want to speak English. And the third one is access through sound. Because of my vision impairment, I'm not able to read a transcript. So I just access through the sound wherever I hear. And with the help of friends, teachers, I learned English very much. And the next topic is the English language provides an enhancement communication. In my first standard to fifth standard, I became an introvert. I'm not interested to spoke others because of my vision impairment. But I came to Chennai. I lost my fear because they gave an enough opportunity. It was a good process. I learned English. It helps my communication skill. And the next topic is personal growth. English language helps to grow for my every situation. It highlights my works as done. And the next topic is disappointment. Disappointment means expectation will let down. First, reading equals intelligence. I already said that I am not able to read. My friends and teachers have helped me to read. But that was not a great experience for me because reading equals the intelligence in the English language. But I'm not able to read. So it becomes a big burden for me. And the next topic is curriculum without voice. This has happened in many schools till now. The students are memorized that particular topic or particular thing. They need not focus the key points or they need not understand whatever it is. And the third one is accessibility was treated as charity, not a design. Where I needed support, large print, audio, etc., the time it was seen as a newer and not a right. This is turned into a learning, negotiation instead of participation. I negotiate that because I'm not able to memory easier. I need many transcripts, audio materials. So in my school, I just quit many functions because of this. Third one is surprises. Things that worked in way you didn't expect is known as surprise. The first one is my friends are like my teachers. Wherever I become stuck, my friends played a key role like a teachers, and also my teachers are like my friends. There was not even friends, teachers, differentiations. And the second one is the city did not arise my village English. When I came to Chennai from a little village, but that does not arise my village English because my professors and teachers who are motivates me to talk in English, it becomes a big opportunity for me. And the third one is technology plays a key role and it opens the doorway for me because I'm not able to read and write, but at present there was many technological improvements which helps me to read and write easier. For an example, Insta Reader, Envision AI, Lookout, these are the few apps which I easily communicate and read without depending others. It's a big surprise for me. And the next one is language laboratory. The government initiated a language laboratory for the government schools. Once upon a time, in my native, I visited my government school wherever I studied. It had a language laboratory. The students spoke English in a very good manner and they read and write in a very efficient way. That was a big surprise for me. And the next topic is puzzles. Issues in the language that still feel unresolved. The first puzzle is why is the correctness valued more than the communication? Is a big question for me because a student who came from the village were first to talk in English, but teachers could not motivate them to talk in English in my school. They wanted the proper corrections for the students, but they did not encourage them to speak. This is a great puzzle. And the next puzzle is, why is English taught the same to everyone? This is a great puzzle because a student who came from poor background, and on the other hand, the student who came from city, but the language must taught in the same manner. Then how the students can understand and answer in an efficient manner? The third puzzle is, why emotions are invisible in the language classrooms? English language is not a subject, it's a language. After our mother tongue, English plays a major role to communicate all over the world. So my question is, why are emotions are invisible in the language classroom? Emotions plays a major role in the English language, but mostly the schools, the teachers need not take care of that particular emotions. They only focused on the prose, poetries, grammars, vocabularies, etc. These are the few puzzles where I faced in my life. Conclusion. Now, I would like to conclude the English language is the essential way to communicate one another. Whenever we know English, it helps to survive all over the world. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Uday, for that well thought, well planned, and well delivered ideas of yours. So, you have structured your views on learning language, and he has also posed several puzzles to us English teachers. So, things that are not felt in the classroom, why is it not felt? He's asking us. Emotions become the cornerstone of any language classroom. Because I also believe that when we are dealing with learners, we should talk about engagement, education follows, and then comes empowerment. So engage, educate, and empower. I strongly believe in that, and I've also shared it in one of my previous sessions. So if you see here, we have discussed various topics, and I would like to sum up a few ideas. I think as teachers, when we think about lessons taught and lessons learned, especially in teacher and student narratives, I think there are 4 lenses for every English teacher, for every English language teacher in the classroom that they will have to try and use. The first is the lens of evidence. Of course, Dr. Aruna spoke about the Peel and the Pearl framework, how important it is to put evidence at the center of your thinking process. So the lens of evidence is very important. We need to try and teach what research has shown us, which has worked in some others' classroom. We can try and use it in our own classroom, not just the traditional expectations. This morning, I was doing a workshop on gamification, and there were 2 B.Ed final year students in my own class from Christ University. Once the workshop was over, they came up to me and they said, we do this service learning sessions where we use a lot of games, where the interaction levels are very high, and continuing this kind of an engagement has facilitated our teaching also. But then we have a question, madam. The question is, why is there a stigma? Why do people think that when you use a gaming method in the classroom, people think that it is not a very useful method? So the 2 students came up to me and they were asking, why is it considered a stigma, especially when we talk about using technological tools? Of course, before lunch, we had a session by Dr. Richard Royce Horak, and he was talking about the importance of digital tools, especially in an online classroom. I think even in a face-to-face classroom, we are using several digital tools. So these 2 students got me thinking why there is this stigma about using games in the classroom, because they, of course, they drive a lot of engagement and the emotions also. So the lens of evidence is very important. And the lens of empathy, like our student Ishanvi was shocked when the teachers asked, "Do you watch anime?" So she was wondering what has anime got to do with chemistry and English. Because in engineering classrooms in universities, we talk about transdisciplinary, cross-disciplinary curriculum. It is very interesting to see how in a classroom at grade 9, we are talking about these interdisciplinary classes and how teachers are doing team teaching this. So obviously, we are talking about the lens of innovation here, which is important. So be willing to try, to fail, to adapt, and also to redesign whatever we are doing in the classroom. And then I would like to highlight the lens of empathy. I always believe it is important to understand the learner before understanding the lesson. So what is the context of your learner? What does your learner believe in? What are some of the, the baggage that they bring to the class? Because the learner also brings in a lot of linguistic richness to the classroom. So it is very important to have the lens of empathy, that is understanding the learner before the lesson. And the final lens that I would like to recommend to you is the lens of reflection. You have to ask daily, every day once your class is over, the moment you come out, what did I teach and what did I learn, right? So what did I teach and what did I learn? I think that will help us understand this whole title of the conference, which is Lessons Taught and Lessons Learned. Because every time a teacher comes out of the classroom, we believe that we have accomplished something, we have taught some language item, but what is it that we have learned? So this lens of reflection is going to be highly useful. So there is this lens of evidence, empathy, innovation, and reflection that I think are important for any English language teacher to use in the classroom. I think that would also answer some of the questions that Uday Kumar raised about why is emotion absent in the classroom? Aren't English teachers responsible for making emotions active in the classroom? I hope that some of the teachers here would also be able to answer to your question, Uday Kumar. So if there are any points to conclude or wrap up, Dr. Aruna, would you like to highlight some ideas from what the students have said?
You summed it up beautifully, ma'am. I think we can take questions if we have any. I will be happy to answer any of your questions.
Good afternoon, everybody. I just want to share two of my experiences when I started my career as a tutor in English in St. Joseph's College, where Uday Kumar is from. Those days, after my graduation in chemistry, I was appointed tutor in English. Our job was only to correct composition notebooks every week. 200 notebooks to be corrected every week, based on 2 hours of composition work. Our additional responsibility was to step in whenever regular lecturer had some other commitment and so on. So that is given to us the last moment. One of the senior lecturers told me around 11:30 in the morning that he had some other commitment in the afternoon, but he had a class. So would you like to go? I said, okay. These tutors who went as substitute teachers, their usual strategy was to teach grammar because that is where they can establish their superiority over the students. So they can stump the students with some kind of grammatical challenge. I thought otherwise. I said, okay, what class is it? It's a Shakespeare. Which play? As you like it. Combined class of mathematics students and literature students, 150 students. So I was impressed by my teacher who taught me Shakespeare, that same play. So I thought I could manage with all that I had, got into my head. I went into the class, 1 hour class period. I exhausted everything that my teacher told me over the period of 2 years in 45 minutes. Then I got stuck. What else could I do? Then I took courage and said, okay, give me the text. Where do I start now? Where did he, so-and-so, leave off? And then I started to. Unfortunately, that passage happened to be a passage in which the Shakespearean fool was involved. You know, the kind of language, I somehow managed to get through that class. Then I learned that you should never go into the class without preparation. That was the first lesson I learned. The second incident with which I will conclude is when I was a lecturer in Loyola College, Chennai. There was a school on the same road, Sterling Road, Krishnaswamy Higher Secondary School. So somebody came from the school and invited me to address the students and inaugurate the Literature Association or something, English Association. I went there. They, quite tactfully, took me behind the stage to the principal's room, gave me high tea, and then we marched up onto the stage. It was an open ground. I saw to my horror that the entire school was there, from the primary, kindergarten children to higher secondary. I had planned something differently. So I started dancing to a couple of nursery rhymes and so on. And then I had to switch on to something that would appeal to the middle school students. And then I could see that the higher secondary students were feeling bored. They were standing at the end. Then I had to do something to talk about some literary texts and so on, enthusiastic. Then they woke up. Suddenly these children in the front, they fell asleep. So I had to rush back to them and do something, some gimmicks to wake them up again. So that day I decided I could, whenever I'm asked to address the gathering, first have a sense of the audience and purpose. So these were taught by me later at communication courses to MBA students. But then I had to learn them the hard way when I started my career. So this is what I mean by my personal narrative of the lesson I taught, I tried to teach, and then the lessons I learned. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
I have a quick question. I think most of us who are present in this auditorium might have the same question. While listening to Uday Kumar, we could sense that there are quite a lot of challenges that he faces. And we could also see that, on the other hand, or on the other end, Ishanvi has a complete different kind of an atmosphere in the classroom. So my question would be directly to Ishanvi here, that looking at the problems that Uday is facing in his classrooms, do you believe that an environment, right, or a setup that you get in your IB schools, if given to a person like Uday, you think it will help him, build his confidence, and you think that will help the larger community of people who are denied this privilege?
Yes, I do strongly believe that an atmosphere like I have experienced throughout my years in IB is something that they should try to implement in every school, whether it's a rural school or a rural public school or an international school. And I think the way that things are taught in IB is very interesting, and they could be implemented in rural schools while people are used to like mugging up for exams. IB ensures that the student has an understanding of the concept before anything, and that is their first priority. And I think that is something that should be implemented in every school and not just for an international student. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to our esteemed teacher and student speakers for this enriching exchange. Your reflections beautifully captured the evolving dialogue between teacher and learning in today's classrooms. I now invite Dr. Kishore Selva Babu, Head Department of English and Cultural Studies, Christ, to present Dr. Aruna and Ms. Ishanvi Pillai with a token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. I now invite Dr. Joseph Edward Felix, Assistant Professor in the Department of English and Cultural Studies, Christ, to present a memento to Dr. Shobha K.N. and Mr. Uday Kumar. Thank you, sir. I now invite Dr. Xavier Pradeep Singh, National Secretary, ELTAI, to introduce us to the ELTAI grant.
Good afternoon. I'm here to make a quick announcement. ELTAI gratefully acknowledges the generous contribution of Dr. Shobha K.N., Associate Professor, NIT TTR, Chennai, who has donated rupees 2 lakhs towards establishing an endowment that will enable ELTAI to offer micro grants for school teachers undertaking classroom-based research. Ma'am, we thank you sincerely for this invaluable support. Further details regarding the eligibility criteria for availing the micro grants will be announced to our members soon by email. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to our speakers. You may take your seat in the audience.
number as far as is it the PPT? Okay. This one. Can I fold the laptop or not? No. Put it underneath the desk. Can you take that?
I now invite Dr. A. Joycelyn Sharmila, Principal and Associate Professor of English, Annamal College of Education for Women, for a brief presentation. Ma'am, may I have you on stage?
Good afternoon, all. So this is part of a ELTAI funded project. Last year, in the annual conference, we were awarded best chapter, okay? And for that, we were given a grant of rupees 10,000. And from that grant, we have done this project. And this project is an outcome of a reading carnival, a competition organized for school children. We have organized a competition for standard 6, 7, and 8 students in 2024 December. And we have collected the reading profile of students. And we found that the students read less. And for that, we want since because I am working in a teacher education institution, I thought that our students, these aspiring teachers, they should develop their reading so that in turn, they can provide rich classroom atmosphere for their children. So this project is an impact of intervention strategies to develop the reading skills of aspiring teachers. Okay, so the background of the study is this reading is a key academic skill that every student should develop. And so that many teacher trainees in our college, they struggle with the skill of reading. They often read, but they could not understand, and they simply leave the text. That is the problem they often come across. And that is the research gap. They read, they could not understand, so they just leave reading that text. They just prepare only for their examination, and only for that purpose they read. And so that we have prepared a module, 8-week intervention module, to develop the reading skills of aspiring teachers. And the objectives of the study is to develop the structured intervention strategy for 8 weeks. So for 8 weeks, we have given this intervention for 30 students, and these 30 students were trained by 3 teachers, and they got good experience in teaching. In the beginning itself, we have collected reading data from the students. A tool was prepared by the teacher educators, and we have collected data. And we have evaluated the impact of the intervention strategy after having this 8-week session with the students. And we compared the pre-test and post-test data. These are the objectives of our session. And so we have done some review of literature also. And we found that guided and repeated reading can encourage the teacher trainees, not only teacher trainees, everyone, they can develop the skill of reading by guided and repeated reading. And also, hands-on and reflective practices can also help them to read a lot. And we have found that interactive and motivation sessions of reading can help them to read. So the methodology of this study is we have followed a quasi-experimental method, which is a cause and effect method. So this was conducted only for that 30 students. And then we have found the purpose of this study is to find the effectiveness of the intervention strategies. And also, the duration is 8 weeks, already I told you, and the data is collected and quantitative analysis is done. And the population of the study is all B.Ed trainees in Tuticorin district, and the sample is only 30 aspiring teachers who are studying at our institution. And a purposive sampling technique was followed. This purposive sampling technique we followed just because this will help us to get reliable data, because it is based on the interest of the teacher educators. We have found that we have taken the sample, and we felt that they can give a good reliable data to us. And the same group is assessed before and after the intervention strategy. So the tools were reading skills assessment test, where we tested the reading comprehension, the fluency, reflection, and the critical thinking of the teacher trainees. And the pilot study was conducted where we followed split-off method, and validity and reliability of the tools were found. And the intervention training, our focus area was reading comprehension, vocabulary enrichment, and fluency development and critical thinking. These are the 4 areas, and for each one we have given 10 sessions. And the key strategies, the strategies used in the intervention module were guided reading and repeated reading, vocabulary enrichment exercises, reflective discussions, and think aloud trainings, paired reading, word building tasks, and analytical text interpretation. Normally, all the teacher trainees, they enjoyed word building exercises and word mapping. They enjoyed paired reading also. And here is the project report, which will help you to understand all the tasks we have given to the students, and also the worksheets will help you to understand how they were willing to answer also. The instructional approach, the strategy which we followed is scaffolded and learner-centered, collaboration, reflection, and metacognitive awareness, and which strengthen their reading confidence and reading readiness. So we compared the pre-test and post-test were given to the same set of 30 students, and we found that there is vast difference between the pre-test and post-test. This bar diagram will help you to understand that. So the findings of the study will help you to understand that reading comprehension improved a lot. They have developed their understanding and interpretation and analysis of the data, and their vocabulary building, that is, they very easily understood a word from the context, and their fluency improved, their reading speed improved, and their appropriateness in reading also improved, and their critical thinking skills are also developed. And the 8-week intervention strategy helped them to comprehend, their vocabulary developed, and their critical thinking also developed. And this is found that structured intervention strategy can help anyone to develop a particular skill. And the reading skill of the students can very easily develop if the teacher is a willing teacher. If the teacher is ready to adapt intervention strategies, the teacher can develop the reading skills of the students, for which the teacher education curriculum should be changed. In the curriculum itself, we should include reading fluency, reading comprehension exercises, where the teacher trainee will get literacy, the teacher trainee can improve herself, and in turn, the teacher trainee can give classroom-rich experience for the students. So if the teacher is a reading teacher, if the teacher is a willing teacher, it is of course the teacher can teach reading among the students. So out of the book, the students should read. That is when the parents read, when the parents are reading parents, they can help the students to be reading, they can help their children to be reading children. And in the same way, when the teachers are reading teachers, when the teachers follow some very good strategies inside the classroom, the teacher can make the children reading children. Of course, if the teacher is good in reading, if the teacher is a voracious reader, the teacher can help the students also to read. And this project helps us lessons learned and lessons taught, lessons learnt, what we learnt, lessons taught and lessons learnt. What we learnt is, from this project, what we learnt is, if we follow some intervention strategies, it is very much necessary for the teacher to learn these intervention strategies and implement them in the classroom so that we can create good readers in the classroom. Because reading can remove the stress among, nowadays, we talk about stress among children. And this stress can be lessened when the children start reading out of the textbook. So thank you very much for giving me this chance, and thank you all. Here is a project report. You can check this.
Thank you, ma'am, for that brief and informative presentation. Our next session, Plenary 4, addresses one of the most urgent conversations in contemporary education. The session title is Navigating the Multi-Layered Crisis, Present-Day Challenges at the Indian K-12 School Level. We are privileged to have with us Dr. Vishal Varia, a leading educationist with the K-12 organization GEG Ahmedabad, as our speaker. Dr. Varia brings years of expertise in systematic education reform with a focus on school leadership and innovation in pedagogy. Chairing this plenary session is Dr. Anusha Ramanathan, Assistant Professor, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, whose scholarship in teacher education and curriculum design continues to influence policy and practice nationwide. Dr. Varia and Dr. Ramanathan, can we have you on stage, please?
No, sir.
Okay, as he's setting up, I will take cognizance of the time that we have and keep my introductions and comments short and have the speaker interact as much with you as possible. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of the sessions. We are at plenary 4, and the plenary 4 of the conference, as pointed out, has been labeled as multi-layered crisis, and we live this almost every day. Many of us in this hall are undergoing something that is unfolding in the K-12 sector especially, where we are looking from learning recovery. We are still talking of learning recovery from COVID. Sharmila's own presentation spoke about it. Student well-being, teacher shortages, digital divides, shifting policy landscapes, and our schools today stand at this crux, at the intersection of some very unprecedented challenges, but they can also be viewed as unprecedented opportunities. And what we are here to listen to is our plenary speaker, and it's my privilege to introduce Dr. Vishal Varia, who has already been briefly introduced, but let me give you a few more details about him. He understands these complexities that we are navigating, and he has worked through them at systemic levels, technological levels, and humanely through them. He is an experienced educationist and he is the director of the Rosary Education System in Rajkot, bridging over 16 years of K-12 institutional leadership. He has led major reforms in school governance, staffing, teacher development, and assessment systems. He has also included and ensured that there is technology integration, a topic that has been a recurring theme throughout this conference. And at a time when schools struggle to transition, he has successfully implemented platforms such as Google for education, electronic student profiles, continuous comprehensive evaluation, and robust faculty development structures. And I think you should read a little bit more about his resumes and look at all the work that he has done. He is a Google certified educator, trainer, innovator, and a leader at GEG Ahmedabad. He has been instrumental in democratizing educational technology for teachers, especially across the West Zone. And his dual role as a Canva ambassador and a certified career counselor reflects that his commitment is not just to pedagogical innovation, but also to student futures. Importantly, his research on teacher professionalism and his on-ground experience in school administration place him at a very unique vantage point to examine how today's crises are felt by teachers, students, school leaders, and families as well. I hope in his plenary talk where he's speaking about navigating the multi-layered crisis, present-day challenges at the Indian K-12 school level, Dr. Varia will help us parse the interconnected layers at structural, technological, emotional, and socioeconomic levels that shape schooling today and see how we might respond with clarity, creativity, and a lot of courage. So over to you, and we look forward to a very exciting session. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Varia.
Thank you, Dr. Ramanathan. To start off, well, as the name says, Dr. Anusha Ramanathan, and the doctor, you can very well see that she has done well research on the person who's going to speak. And I'm so honored to have all these credentials spoken today. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for the honor. Yeah. So we are gathered here with a common problem we all are facing, multi-layered crisis. Basically, I'm here to speak about K-12 challenges. I'm sure, how many of you are exactly teaching in K-12, like who's a teacher in school? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all right, good. So we have got pretty good number of teachers, audience here who are teachers in the school. So ye hamari baat hai. This is our talk, basically, right? So challenges. Aisa kaha jata hai, it say that, when two pain group people come together, they have much to talk about. Okay, and today we are going to talk. Right. So I was going to base my research or base my talk on this thing, is that a K-12 stakeholder consists of the 4 major stakeholders. One is a student, the incumbent, the teacher, the parent, and the principal or the management. Okay, so the school management, the teacher, the parent, and the student. These are the 4 areas where they come along together and then they support the school education system, as you can see in the graphics. If anyone is missing, a school will not be able to exist. Okay, so whatever we are discussing right now, whatever we are going to discuss about challenges, so my discussion will be based on what are the challenges that are faced by each of these stakeholders. What a challenge a student does face, a teacher faces, what a school management or a principal will face, what a parent, as a parent, the challenges are being faced. So let's proceed. Okay. So, stakeholder challenges, survey insights and collaborative solutions. These are the objectives of my discussion. We are not going to only speak about challenges, we are going to speak about some silly solutions, silly changes in our day-to-day practices that may fetch us solutions to the challenges what we are facing. So, starting with the first one, what do you think the students could be facing challenge in the modern education? We have been discussing the panel discussion beforehand were having 2 students as the panelists. Okay, and we have already heard what could be the challenge. One student was from a creamy school and one student was from a school of a government area. One was okay, specially able, and one was fairly well, right? So the challenges faced by the students are different at different levels. But generally, there are some silly challenges that faced by every student. When you ask a student, like, is a teacher giving you homework which is more than your capacity or less than your capacity? So they said, we get more homework which we cannot do, right? It's a normal thing a child will speak when he is asked. So there are plenty other challenges a student will face. So pretty well, emotional well-being, access and equity, and peer support. So we know that student faces nowadays when we are going for urbanization, okay, when urban schools are there, they are not having any low-level challenges. They don't have like challenges like uske paas paisa nahi hai books kharidne ke liye. They are not short of money. They are not short of any transport facility. They are not short of resources. But when they are not short of resources, okay, then the parents are busy making and earning the resources. And these students are short of empathy. They will not find solutions in their home. And they will try to find out those solutions amongst their teachers and among their friends. Okay, parents may not be having the time to listen to them. Okay, they may not be having the time to focus on them. And there is, so this is a different challenge. The students who are facing emotional well-being issues, okay, they come from a different segment. The students who face challenges of access and equity, again come from a different thing. The question that was asked by Silvassa Babu, right, to this girl child, was basically that if an IB kind of a setup is given to this government school, can the same thing happen? Right? It is not necessary that same things do happen. Because just availing a school with funds, availing a school with like resources of internet, resources of textbooks, does not merely change the setup, does not merely change the setup of the child or say upbring the academic scholars of the child. It is also the background is also important, because when the child goes to home after 5.5 hours or 6 hours, he will just simply put up the bag and he will not do any homework. So there are different challenges a child will face, and the major challenge is peer support. Okay, at any point of time, a child is always requiring some kind of a validation, whether I'm doing right, whether I'm doing wrong, and they will fall on this validation to their peer group, their friends. Okay, and friend circle is very important. Specifically when a child is in the middle school, okay, the age group, the teenage, okay, and the parents has to be very, very careful at who the group the child is, regularly playing with or studying with. That will affect the scholarliness of the child, it will affect the behavior of the child. Okay, so these are certain of the challenges what the children has given to us. Okay, so I did a research. It was a very small research. I just made up a Google form and shared it across with my network, and I asked few students to fill it up, few parents to fill it up, teachers and few principals on behalf of the management to fill up. So what we have found it is that a child is having a lot of academic pressure. Just imagine, I mean, we just had her words from Ramani sir, right, in the last plenary session. Like, can you just imagine, before 40 years, probably when sir was just out of their school days, or before when sir was in their school days, can you just imagine the size of the textbook that they were having? And can you just imagine the size of the textbook the children now are having with them? He never had a textbook, right? So this is the difference. I remember my school days when we had textbook, the textbook was merely 100 to 120 pages. And now we have textbooks crossing 200 pages, 300 pages. And still the syllabus is not over, so the publishers are now broken into 2 semesters. Semester 1 textbook and semester 2 textbooks. Okay, so just imagine the pressure, academic pressure the child is. Okay, when we in a school education, we find that students are after school, because the parents are not able to give attention to the child, they are sending their children to 2 or more tuition classes. Okay, and there is a lot of competition rather than free learning. The child is learning in the school. Okay, he is also having a school homework. When he goes home, he merely has his meal or watches TV. Then he has to go to another school, another tuition class to study some subject. From there to another tuition class to studying another subject. And from there, for any other hobby center to develop a skill. So just imagine the pressure a child is going to have. Okay, so academic pressure, emotional well-being, these are again the key findings, access to resources and social challenges. So these are like very few students, when I come from tier 2 city, okay, very few students, and particularly the segment to which our school delivers. Our school is, annual fees of our school are 24,000 rupees. We cannot imagine that the children will be having laptops, forget the laptops at home. We cannot even imagine the parents would allow the child to use mobile phones at their home. Whatever technology we need to use it in the school itself. Whatever treatment we need to give, whatever development we need to give to the child, we have to give it to school itself. We cannot imagine the child will be doing a PPT at the home. Even if we want the children to do the PPT, we have to give them in the school itself. Okay, so these are the different areas of challenges the children face. So this is, see, if this is the part of the child, similarly, equally is the part of the parent. Equally is the part of the school. Just imagine a school that is charging this much. How can a school avail a facility for all the students to have laptops or to have computer laboratory facilities for all the students in the class or in the school? Okay, so there are different challenges. More or less, so all those challenges revolve around the same area. So when you talk about emotional challenges, when you talk about academic pressures, how can we deal with these challenges with students? Okay, as we can see, counseling is what we have to take it up. Okay, these are one of the few solutions we can say. Counseling, okay, digital inclusion. Can we have, like if we cannot give them, say, technological solutions or technological lessons on daily basis, can we have on weekly basis? Can we have it on fortnightly basis? Okay, on timely basis, right? Can we have peer support? Can we have like bag-free days? And our school, our government has already announced every Saturday to be bag-free day. Okay, can we have those kind of days where we can reduce the stress of the child? Okay, so these are some silly solutions, and again we'll discuss on that. Let us first see the all stakeholders. So this was something related to the student. Okay, this is our portion. Challenges a teacher face today. I don't think I need to say much about this. Okay, navigating the workload and the burnout issues. The title says everything. Okay. So training gaps, classroom challenges. These are the two important areas. So training in terms of, we want teachers to be tech savvy, technologically upgraded, learning new pedagogy, learning new tools, learning new concepts on day-to-day basis, which is not an easy task. We also want teachers to perform in the class, keep classroom discipline, okay? Also make the children learn, not only learn, also make the children skilled in what they learn, okay? And all these things cannot be done in a 5-hour or 6-hour setup in the class. So we need to have trainings for teachers. These are an area, this is a gap. So there is a syllabus. Any education board, there is a syllabus. And to teach that syllabus, the education board has got certain kind of trainings. But is that training sufficient? Okay. Is that training easily available to the teachers? Okay. Is it also that not problem that when a teacher is going for the training, right, with routine task and routine work, the moment the examinations get over, we have training. So when the teacher will check the paper. Okay. So these are the different issues we have been reported. This is somewhat where an issue is there, how a solution can be there. There has to be management support, communication, resources, and engagement. This is something a management has to see from the side of teachers. And if the management doesn't give this support to the teachers cannot function in that area. Okay, so this is a silly solution. We'll have come to know what about the issues are. Okay. So, insights from challenges, workload, support, engagement, and resources. These are the challenges a teacher face. When I made a research, simple questions I asked in the teachers, okay, what consumes the largest portion of your non-teaching time? More than 40% of the time, okay, and we have, as you can see in the chart, administrative task is where the teacher is occupied the most. Okay, 35.8% of teachers reported that we are busy with administrative tasks. Okay, then examination preparation, then counseling students, then lesson planning and curriculum resources. If these things eat up the teacher's time, when is the teacher going to teach? Okay, this is a major challenge. Okay, now if the teacher is teaching, and then when this will happen? So the workload is very heavy on the part of the teacher nowadays, okay, which wasn't there. I can barely imagine sir telling that we didn't have textbooks. So just imagine if they didn't have textbook, then what were the teachers teaching? Okay, from where the teachers were teaching. And at that time, the primarily source of knowledge was considered to be as a teacher. But nowadays, the situation is changed. Okay, we were talking about AI. We were talking about AI in the classroom, availed by this child sitting over here, right? So if AI is going to teach the students, what is the teacher going to do then? Okay, so the role has changed. Teacher now need not be merely teaching, but also has to facilitate the child in learning from different resources. Now that also is another challenge to the teacher. Okay. Another challenge is rote memorization. Okay, how difficult, this was a question I asked in my survey, how difficult is it to convert from rote memorization? So on a scale of 5, it is somewhere in between. So all the teachers are agreeing that rote memorization is an issue to some extent. Some teachers are able to overcome it, few teachers are not able to overcome it. So when you see 1 and 2, those teachers are not able to overcome it. When you see 4 and 5, those teachers are able to overcome this rote memorization issue. So this is an issue. So when a teacher is focusing on the syllabus and is a pressure to complete the syllabus in stipulated time period, teacher doesn't have any option but ask students to memorize it. Okay, so this is a challenge that teacher faces in the class. Otherwise, the syllabus will not get over, the examinations will be not done timely, and there will be no timely results. The term essay khatam ho jayega, and we will still be having syllabus left to be completed. This is another challenge. I mean, do you face these challenges in your school? Do we face these challenges in your school? Yes? How many of you agree with this? Just raise a hand. Do you feel managing students is difficult in present times as compared to pre-COVID times, and their behavior is more violent than the previous? Do we agree? I mean, 66.7% of teachers have agreed. Right? And 20% teachers don't know whether this is true or false. Okay, whether this is happening with them or not. Okay, only 12% teacher says no. Now, can we just imagine which 12% teachers can be from which segment? There are two possibilities. Either it is completely government segment where they are not focused, where they are not, there is no check on the teacher whether the syllabus is over or not, or either there is a completely affluent school with security measures, proper security laws, and where students are not allowed to behave or misbehave in the classroom, where teachers are protected by system. So this is a challenge. Student handling is becoming a challenge these days. Agree? Yes? Another major challenge. How many of you feel this? Do you feel the grasping capacity of child has decreased post-COVID? Do you mean to say that the COVID vaccination has done something into the brain capacity of the child, the grasping capacity has decreased? The virtual mode that the COVID gave, okay, has hampered the grasping capacity of the child. And the virtual mode was rather more entertaining to the child, which we cannot directly withdraw now. We have to make use of it, okay, and we also have to curtail the use of it. But what has happened is, this is a fact. The grasping capacity, forget the grasping capacity, the attention span has reduced. Okay, not only at the children, even ourselves. How many seconds does it take to forward a reel? How many seconds does it take to forward all the messages? Like, there are 56 messages in your WhatsApp. How much time you take to just read all? We don't actually go through everything. They clear, pass on. Right? So this happens. This is a challenge we face. Yes? Another major question. How many of you agree with this? Do you think that parents are overprotecting their child and often blames teacher for non-performance of the student? 77, almost 78% teachers, yes. हमने बच्चे को आपको सौंप दिया, अभी आपकी जिम्मेदारी है उसको पढ़ाओ, उसको अच्छा बनाओ, हमारी कोई जिम्मेदारी नहीं है. This is the biggest challenge you are facing nowadays. Production आपका, जिम्मेदारी हमारी. ये कैसे हो सकता है? You have to take equal responsibility in the stake. You cannot just lay off the responsibility as the parent, right? So once again, a summation. We have in teachers area we have issues like workload, support, engagement, and resources. Now comes the portion of management. Okay. Do you think that if teachers are having challenges, management doesn't have any challenge? And at times teachers feel that management is actually asking them to work more. Management is, not availing them the desired resources. Management is not protecting them from the parents or from the outside agencies. So many times, we seclude the management from us as a teacher. And we don't think that management could also be having problems. Okay? So what are those problems? What are those challenges? So a few of the principles that I know I've encountered, I've just asked them to fill up this particular form. Okay? The biggest problem that they face is, first is retention and second is expectations. बड़ी मुश्किल से एक तो टीचर मिलता है, उसको ट्रेन करो, उसको समझाओ, उसको सिखाओ, उसको रखो. And next year, sir, I am transferring. I got an opportunity from other school, I am going. So one experience with the management, two experiences with management, third experience, you sign the bond. Okay? So the experiences teach the management to be stricter with teachers. Okay, so retention is an issue. Expectations. अच्छा चलो, जिसको retain कर लिया, उसके साथ जो expectations हैं वो fulfill नहीं हो रहे हैं. I mean, obviously, it depends upon the management and the relation with the teacher. Okay. So management challenges, navigating crisis. So management has to make survey. Okay, there are funding constraints and there are stakeholder balancing. Now, what is the stakeholder balancing? In the beginning of this session, I said there are 4 stakeholders. Okay, student, teacher, principal, and parents. Okay, management and parents. So we have to have a balancing among these 4. This is a challenge. Okay. Now, the biggest challenge, when I just had words with few of the principals I knew, okay, उसपे से जिसके साथ बात किया, the first came is complying with the norms of education board. ये नहीं पहुंच पा रहे हैं. Okay, so you see, to what extent does administrative compliance with frequent conflicting board state mandates interfere with core academic planning? Every now and then you get a circular, you have to make this change in the syllabus. आपको ये पढ़ाना है, आपको ये सिखाना है, this is the objective of learning, and that goes to the teacher. Okay, क्या syllabus plan, भूल जाओ आपका planning, this is what you have to do. Okay, so this is actually a challenge management is facing. Okay, they are helpless. They say that we can't allow free will to the teacher to take the syllabus as they wish to will. Okay, we have to follow the norms that the government gives us. We have to follow the schedule that the government gives us, and we have to make a compulsion the teachers that you have to follow this thing. And see the ratio, right? 4% and 5% on to less. The survey says that on the majority side, that management is having this particular issue. Okay? Can we relate with this? Are we all having the same issues? Do you face HR challenges like finding candidate with right mix of qualification and skills? The biggest issue. We have classifieds, okay, on 4 days of the week: Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. And once I just found that there was one school in the town for all the 4 days of classifieds for 1 month, pura staff. We want principals, 4 quantity, we want teachers, 20 quantities, we want academics, administrative staff, this quantity, we have got cleaning staff, this quantity, non-administrative staff, this quantity, every time. So every now and then we find there is an advertisement in the newspaper, a school that is successfully running is also giving advertisement are falling short of teachers. A right mix of qualification and skill. You get qualified teachers, but when you ask the teacher to stand in front of the class and they find that there are 36 students or 42 students in the class, the performance decreases. Okay, it takes a person who is qualified, who is also having competitive or qualifications for being a teacher to become a good teacher. Okay, so this is another challenge the management is facing. By the time the management trains the faculty, it takes a jump. Another issue to the management is with the parents. Do you think that addressing parents and meeting their academic needs, demands is a challenging in post-COVID times? There is no maybe. Management is very clear. 77.3% agree that they have the challenge. And those 22.7 have already met with the challenge. They have overcome the challenge. They have closed the challenge. Okay. Do you feel disciplining a child is more difficult job in present times as compared to pre-COVID times? Now, this is a common question asked to the teacher and to the management, but the perspective is different. From a teacher's perspective, it is into the classroom. And from the management perspective, it is complaints of the parents coming to the office. आपके टीचर ने मेरे लड़के को ये बोला. This is how a teacher spoke to my child. Can a teacher speak like this? Now, I mean, are parents going to teach the management or to the academic person that how a teacher needs to speak with the child? And we discuss about empathy and those things. As a teacher, we are very much empathetic. But when a child is sitting in the front, they don't care or respect the teacher. Okay, they will have misbehavior in the class. They may be having abusive behavior in the class. And when the teacher scolds, the parent will come complain to the office. And usko settle down करने में management को time लगता है. This is an issue. This is the question, core of the question, that 77% said yes, we are having this issue. Okay, 13.8, 13.6, those who say no means they have already arranged to meet the challenge. They have made some solutions and they say that we don't have this challenge. या तो parents उसके पास पहुंच नहीं सकते, या तो before the child complains home, it is resolved. One of the two things. And 9% says that we don't know because maybe they are not academic managers. Okay. So management has got multiple roles. Like, what is the bigger challenge? This was a question, common question asked. As you see, managing and maintaining staff is considered the bigger challenge as compared to all other challenges a manager or a school management faces. Like managing and maintaining infrastructure, that is easy for them as compared to this. Okay, managing and maintaining academic standards and work, managing and handling parents, reaching and meeting task list of education board. वो सब हो जाता है, लेकिन teacher management या managing staff जो है and maintaining staff जो है, that becomes an issue. This is a management challenge. Okay, so that was from the perspective of the management. Now we have perspective of the parent. So we saw students' perspective. We saw teachers' perspective, we saw management's perspective, and now parents. क्या problem हो सकता है parent को यार? क्या challenge? Just imagine you are having a child who is in grade 9, okay, and you and your spouse both are working. क्या problem हो सकता है? बच्चा homework नहीं करता है. ये मेरी problem थोड़ी है. आपको स्कूल में 6 घंटे में देता हूँ, homework कराओ आपका पढ़ाना सिखाना आपका काम है. You have to make them understand, you have to make them learn. It's not my problem. Do we feel this as a parent? Now come in the parent's shoe. Okay? We are working around say 10 hours, 12 hours in a day. We hardly have time to see the notebooks. So we in the school, we just say that when you come home, you just see what the child has done. How much child has actually done, whether he has done some work, whether he has done some play, whether he has just fitted the time. Take a stock of the situation. If you don't do this, then you are failing as a role of a parent. Okay, parent has got so many challenges. Tell me. Okay, emotional well-being again. बच्चा नहीं समझता, टीचर नहीं समझती, मेरा एम्प्लॉयर नहीं समझता, ये ट्रैफिक का प्रॉब्लम है, आई एम नॉट एबल टू रीच ऑन टाइम, सो मेनी इश्यूज. अगर इश्यूज गिनने बैठोगे तो आपको इश्यूज नजर आएंगे, लेकिन अगर सॉल्यूशंस देखोगे तो आपको इश्यूज कम मिलेंगे. सो इमोशनल वेलबींग चाइल्ड को भी है, टीचर को भी है, पेरेंट को भी है. बाकी कौन रहा? मैनेजमेंट. जो मैनेजमेंट काम कर रहा है उसको होगा. जो मैनेजमेंट एक्सटर्नली पार्ट कर रहा है, लाइक हैविंग अ फैक्ट्री एंड फाउंड्री एंड स्टिल रनिंग एंड मैनेजिंग अ स्कूल, उसको कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. Financial burden, balancing responsibilities are the key main challenges a parent is facing. Okay. So, insights from challenge communication from the side of school. So, it's very important that the parent is being informed about what is happening with the child in the school. Many times, the school's rigid communication structure or rigid discipline structure disallows certain communications to be passed or transparently to the parent. This is a challenge. And when the parents comes to the school complaining about it, they lack support from the side of the school. The management overly ignores. आपको already message कर दिया था, email कर दिया था, now you're coming now. So they are not getting the relevant support. Again, financial issues, वो तो सबके पास है. Okay, so key challenges recap: student pressures, teacher struggles, parental concern. Let me see, there are certain. Okay, so basically, when a parent is asked, how many times does a school is communicating with you as regards children's progress or as regards children's indiscipline? Most of the parents reported, we get a call from the school only when there is indisciplinary activity by the child. Only when there is a need for fees payment for the child. We don't get call from the school like appreciating the child, your child has gained this much marks, or your child has scored this prize or has gained this prize in particular event. So the communication channel has to be fixed when it comes to parental challenges. Okay. So in this session, we discussed about student pressures, teacher struggles, parental concerns, and management struggles. So what are the solutions to this? Urgent need for collaboration, collaborative strategies, we need to work together. The all stakeholders need to work together. We're talking about not only about teachers, and we need to have a teacher training system that will upgrade the quality of the teacher to reach those kind of demands and challenges. Yeah. And this is the call to action. And I rest my presentation here. I suppose these are not new things that I have spoken. What new things you must have found was the type of the research that I did, okay, the type of question that I asked the teachers or the management or to the parent. Some of the research reviews from the students have not been shown because that were quite immature. Some of the research reviews from the parents have not been shown because they were very much disintegrated. We cannot deduce from that what actually they are trying to say. Okay, so I have shown you the results of the management and all that of the teacher. Right? So I'm sure everyone has challenges in their field, whether it be field of academics, whether it's field of education, whether it's field of management, whether it's field of trade and commerce, whether it's for manufacturing and production. Everywhere there are challenges, and so are the challenges in our own field. Okay, thus we need to do one thing is we need to work on how to meet those challenges. Okay, and that is what we call as call to action. I rest my case here. Thank you.
I think quite a few of us would be interested to know what that call to action will include. And we could have questions from the audience if the mics are ready. In the meantime, as they are getting that ready for about 5 minutes, because I think 4:15 we have to break at a sharp stop. So thank you for that very comprehensive overview of the challenges that they are facing. I do have a question. You spoke of the fact at 2 points when there were different questions that the management, when they were saying no to problems, they had overcome them. And I'm very interested, especially in finding if you also found any particular strategy that the management had to overcome parents coming and complaining. I think that's become a problem not just in schools, but in colleges and worldwide as such. So were there any solution strategies that you could share? And I'm sure there will be others who will have more questions.
Yeah, thank you for this question. This is very normal. In any organization, if you wish to, there will be challenges, but if you wish to overcome challenges, 2 portions you have to improve a hell lot. One is your communication channel, and other is your collaboration. Okay. Now, what I mean by communication channel? Communication channel means you must have, like, where are your issues? Are your issues coming from the parents? Then you must improve your communication channel with the parents. Are your issues coming from the education board? Okay, then you need to improve the communication channels with the education board and have a collaboration with them. Are your issues coming from, challenges coming from the students? You need to improve a communication challenge with the student. Wherever there is issue, you have to have a proper communication challenge. The communication gap majorly becomes an issue. What the teacher tries to say, what the students perceive when he reports at home, what the parents perceive when he talks with the neighbor. Yes, oh, there is a law there. You can go and fight at the school. Okay, and okay, no, don't go to school. I have a press reporter. Come with me. Before the parent finds a solution with the school, the matter goes to the press. And before you can manage, there is enough damage. So to avoid this, very, very important, you must have good communication system. And technology is where you have to make use of it. If the child reaches the school, there has to be a miss system, SMS, email, jo bhi hai, it should reach. Your child is at school. If your child is not come to school, is absent, there should be a system that should read to the parents. If your child has scored 100 out of 100, there should be a system. Congratulations, your child has scored 100 out of 100. If your child has got some discipline issue, sorry to inform, there is little discipline issue with your child. Can we have a word about it? When are you free? We would like to talk to you. See, these are the ways. Gone are the days, okay, when you say a teacher or a teaching is a respected profession. Okay, every profession is a respected profession. And we have to respect the priorities of the parents, and we have to literally enable the customer relationship management concepts there when we report to the parent. Believe me, there are 2 things. One is the consumer, another is the customer. The child is the consumer and the parent are the customers. In this case, we have to handle both. Communication is the key factor of everything. Even interpersonal communication between the staff. यार तुम्हारे क्लास में आज मेरे को आवाज ज्यादा आ रही थी, ऐसा था? And then आपके क्लास में तो आवाज ही नहीं आ रही. So, opinion of one teacher for other teacher becomes a problem to the third teacher. So, communication very, very important. And management cannot afford to be immature whenever communication happens from the side of the management. It's very, very detrimental. Because when the management has to say sorry, the entire school will suffer.
Thank you. Thanks for that. It's interesting because sometimes the management does throw it to the teacher and add to their workload by giving another WhatsApp group with parents. But we do have comments or question, and Professor Ramani, yes.
I would like to know your take, Vishalji, on PTA.
PTA, Parents Teacher?
Parent Teachers Association.
You want to know the views?
Yeah, every school has a PTA. And what happens in the PTA meetings? Are the issues brought up there? Are the issues allowed to be brought up at the PTA meetings? So
that is very subjective, sir.
Yeah, if it doesn't serve the purpose, sir.
No,
that
is what I'm telling you. That is very, very subjective, sir. It is very subjective. At schools, certain schools have very, very, say, open areas for the parents. Okay, certain schools will support suggestions of the parents, certain schools will also welcome the suggestions from the parents, will support the feedbacks of the parents. But there are certain schools which they would not be able to do. I would say when I say that they would not be able to do that is basically the lack of perception. You cannot avoid what the parents is speaking. So, if it's a direct question, if I am supposed to answer in terms of, say, ratio, I think 60 to 70% of the schools face issues with PTM. Only 30% of the schools may not be facing. This is just a skeptical number I'm telling you based on my experience. And those who are not facing, because probably two reasons. Either they don't have that number of students in the class, they don't have that quantity of the parents to handle. Whatever quantity is there, they're very well managing it. Or either the parents are highly educated or very well educated. I say well educated, not heavily educated. Well educated, so that they understand the communications from the school and they adhere to the communication. That solves the issue. Most of the cases, we just, out of the 10 sentences letter to the parent will read first 2 sentences, last 2 sentences, and okay, ma'am, आपने ये तो बताया नहीं, अरे यार बीच का तो पढ़ो आप. So it goes beyond communication. PTA has to be there, but it has to be effectively applied. That is where, so I'll give you one strategy. Sorry if I'm taking some more time. We have to go with micro communication. अगर आपके रिपोर्ट में, हेल्थ रिपोर्ट में कोई प्रॉब्लम है, तो किसके साथ डिस्कस करना चाहिए? मीटिंग में या आपके साथ? So that is what I'm telling you. Communication is very, very important. Okay. If certain issues are discussed in the meeting, you will never get solution, you will get chaos. If you are reported certain issues in the meeting, okay, then you have to seclude it from the meeting, take it at a different level and give it a solution on personal basis or maybe institutional basis, but not during the meeting. मीटिंग में तो क्या प्रॉब्लम हो सकता है? सर आपके चेकिंग में देयर इज एन एरर ऑफ टोटल, ये 2 मार्क्स आर इंक्रीजिंग, शो मी, हाँ इंक्रीज, गो, ये सोल्यूशन हो गया. लेकिन अगर फंडामेंटल सॉल्यूशंस है, फिलोसॉफिकल सॉल्यूशंस है, दैट कैन नॉट बी हैंडल्ड इन द मीटिंग. सो यू हैव टू बी वेरी वेरी पर्टिकुलर अबाउट कम्युनिकेशन. सर प्लीज ऊपर ही आ जाओ सर.
Yeah, Vishal sir, it was very nice to hear all these challenges. But I think apart from all the 4 stakeholders that you pointed out, the most pitiable stakeholder is the teacher. I'll just give you one instance. Just that is, we face a terrible situation. There are parent-teachers meetings for the students, how we bring in more adaptability and how we can help the students learn better. But what about the teachers? To give you an example, aspiring teachers who want to do or take steps for professional development, they are being snubbed at. Like if I ask teachers to come for an ELTAI conference, this is from my own personal experience, my teachers or my colleagues, they tell me, I'll not be permitted a leave to attend a conference, and what will I get from the conference? So they are totally disrespected, they are demotivated. So where do you think any lines of communication can open up with the management, or who is there for such aspiring teachers to grow, to help, so that they can also come and spread their wings and try to form a community or a network where these issues can be brought up and these could be solved to some extent? Thank you.
First of all, thank you very much, sir, for taking up this question into this discussion room. My first approach, अगर खरगूजा छुरी पे पड़ेगा या छुरी खरगूजे पे पड़ेगी, नुकसान तो खरगूजा का ही होगा. So anyway, teacher are the sandwich. My second stake to this is, there was a case study into an industry, and the boss said to all the employees that the person avoiding your progress is inside this room, go and check there. I am sure everyone must have understood, heard of this, that when the employee went to the room, they found a mirror. You see? So, see, these are small hurdles. Management doesn't allow, okay, you don't have time. So, I would again say this is a communication error. This is a disalignment of the management's priority and the teacher's personal priorities. We have to align, see, an individual has to align with the organizational goals. And as an organization cannot respect every individual's goals. So if an organization allows one teacher, tomorrow another teacher will come up. Next day another teacher will come up. So the organization may bluntly say, this is not allowed in our organization. Okay. But a teacher can say, okay, teacher can say, sir, doesn't matter. I'm ready, I wish to have this training attended. Whatever deductions are there, you may please deduct. Let this not be an example for other teachers. I am ready to part with my salary, but I am willing to learn this. This will add to my profession. Ultimately, it will add value to the teaching that I am going to bring to the school. So once it is done, actually, okay, the management is convinced, and believe me, you may also get reimbursement of the expenses later. Money is not an issue. अगर आपका मनी डिडक्ट हुआ है आपको वापस दिया जाएगा, लेकिन अगर आप आज काम नहीं करोगे तो कल नहीं कर पाओगे. So a teacher has, it's not about teacher, it's about every employee. Employee has to do the work. जो टास्क दिया गया है वो टास्क लिस्ट के मुताबिक उसको काम करना चाहिए. Because you cannot reimburse the work. Payment can be reimbursed. आपका नुकसान हो गया है, आपको कोई डैमेज हो गया है, that can be paid later off, if not now. But the work you had supposed to submit yesterday, if you don't submit even 2 days after, there's a lot of suffering that is going to happen in the organization. So the last thing I would like to answer is, as an employee, as a worker, as a teacher, we are a part of the organization and we must adhere to the overall organization goals. We must align our priorities to the organization priority. Okay, and when you see that there is a gap, there is a space in that priority list, you can avail your professional development. This is what we can do. I suppose I'm answered your query.
Yeah, there is one more question, I think, from Elango, sir.
I just need 30 seconds, Chair. Allow me. Since there are less number of teachers, I suppose I can make this 2 unpopular statements. I want to be unpopular. One, Dr. Ramani was talking about no textbook.
You hold it near.
No textbooks.
He was talking about no textbook and he was talking about slender textbook. Now he says there is a bulky textbook. I want to refer to, I keep saying it whenever I get a chance, one particular board's a textbook. I'm referring to 8th standard textbook in one particular state. It has 240 pages. Of 240 pages, only 70 pages are text and the rest 170 pages are exercises. If you have a student like this IB student, she can finish the entire book in a matter of an hour. Or even average students can finish the entire book in a matter of 2 or 3 days. So we as teachers, we keep complaining that we are overburdened, we are overworking. Which is not true. Secondly, and one of the things we keep complaining about is correcting the notebooks. And years ago, there was an interesting article about feedback along the margins. When we correct, we mostly correct spelling errors and grammar errors, which are not of use to any student. I think as teachers, we are wasting much of our energy. I want you to consider this. That's the reason I thought I should raise up these issues.
Yeah.
Thank you, Elango, sir. Thank you very much.
There are some teachers. Thank you. Thanks a lot. And I'm sure there are more. Are there questions? Or you had a point? Yeah. We can maybe just take a very quick comment. Or a suggestion if you have. But I do know, as the mic is going towards, that there are teachers here who have found solutions to the problem that you have raised, including you yourself having come here. So, yes.
Thank you, doctor. You are dead positive. For anything and everything, you end up with the communication. So it is in our communication we solve every problem, including the last one more serious one presented by the young friend. You end up with the communication. That's correct. There is no other option also. Because individual managements, it is not one central organization that runs all the 15 lakh schools in the country. So definitely the only option is You lose and then you may gain. Like that, I am happy the way you presented all these things.
Thank you, sir.
But how long we will run with this COVID impact? As a teacher, I found the first year, first 6 months, extremely difficult because 2022 April, we started schools. I don't know the period of your research study, when did you conduct? But we have to say bye to that impact, negative impact. In the last 6 months or 8 months, we are seeing the academic environment in all our schools are almost back to normalcy. I think so.
Yes.
So we have to say bye to this 2019, November 2019.
Accepted. Accept. It is the post-COVID concept was only for the purpose of research that I asked the question particularly.
Yes, sir.
Actually, we have started living with this biodiversity or this, bio insecurity. It's not exactly over.
Maybe that because of this COVID, we have started using these mobiles more.
Exactly.
And that might have
And
aggravated.
that have actually entertained the children, that have actually facilitated the children as well as the parents. So the use has continued.
Yes, yes, yes.
And if it is a use, it's fine. But we have to be very, very clear where it has not to be an abuse or misuse.
Yes, yes.
And
So
who is going to
teachers
draw
are
that line?
complaining, yes. Some children are misusing it, that complaint is there. But now with the arrival of AI, again, we depend on it, our children depend on it, we teachers are also depending on it. However, on the whole, I am appreciating as a suffering teacher for 38 years.
Thank you, sir.
In a school, because I served across the country studying different schools and different situations. I know your state. I'm extremely happy the way, because ultimately we have to communicate, because we have seen angry parents, a child coming with a sickle to the classroom, knife in the classroom, so many challenges we have faced. But I was searching for a solution. But today, I'm happy that you gave me the solution.
Thank you very much, sir.
Talk and create trust. Thank you.
In Hindi, we call it as samvad. Samvad hona zaruri hai. This samvad, the meaning of samvad is something more than the communication. Okay, and I'm not going to take much time off it. I'm not a Hindi teacher, so I'll just pass on the mic to ma'am.
Sorry, but the time is up and we have schedules going on. And so I hand it over to the anchor. I will not summarize, but because you very effectively summarized the whole presentation, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Varya, for that incisive and deeply reflected presentation. Our sincere thanks also to Ms. Dr. Ramanathan for chairing the session with clarity and insight. I now request the chairperson, Dr. Ramanathan, to present Dr. Varya with our token of appreciation. Thank you, ma'am. I now invite Dr. Ramani to present Dr. Anusha Ramanathan with a memento as a token of our appreciation. Thank you, Dr. Ramani. We will now take a brief networking tea. A tea break. This tea is available towards my right, on the corridor on my right. We will resume at 4:30 p.m. for the workshop. Thank you very much. We now move into an interactive and creative phase of the day, the workshop session titled Dramatizing the Classroom, the Power of Storytelling and Theatre in the Class. This workshop will be facilitated by Mr. Vikram Rajani Sridhar, a distinguished performance storyteller, theatre practitioner, and narrative-based facilitator whose work bridges traditional storytelling with contemporary educational spaces. Through this session, we hope to rediscover the power of story and performance as transformative pedagogical tools. Please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Vikram Rajani Sridhar on the stage.
Because there are so many of us here, some of us who choose in the back come from, because I'm not a teacher, I'm not a professor. I know a lot of you have gone to presentation, but I have actually been presentation. Come, not even the first thing, new footwear, and come on. There after 5 minutes to teaching, then what does that? So let's come together on the stage. We make a different workshop. Have you ever had a same kind of workshop? Dear friends who are listening to this, once in a lifetime there is a chance. It might not happen after, because I do come from a very so remove this way, come on stage, let's sit down, come on circle. Somebody will say, Altai, come, let's talk. That's the biggest way to learn and to understand. Why no? I know the day. Just people want to judge me, it's okay, sir. Come. Okay, now it looks like a house full, no? Why, ma'am, you won't come? You have a paper presentation at 5 o'clock. So come here and document along with us. Come be a part. Never be out. Come. I'm sure documentation is all about storytelling, no? Laptop. Yeah, I studied 4 degrees to work on a laptop. I quit all that now. So come. I thought it said no food and coffee allowed inside. You're privileged, but you're privileged to bring that space. Come. Lovely. Okay, I'm going to use my knees in case, of course, you can't stand, you can stand. But does it feel nicely to stand on a barefoot? E-mic. We'll see. Check. Because they said that, okay, workshops should happen by standing, so they're not used to a lapel mic. Okay. You see a difference? I mean, if you want to remove your footwear, do you feel the floor? We come from a culture in which learning used to happen sensorially, right? Which means not by hugging our phones, but hugging our hands. Hugging our hands and not a phone. Yeah. Because even today teachers hug our hands and not our, we forget that this is a lovely thing. No, how much of you, when you get up in the morning, hug your hand and say, ah. Come, slowly. Ma'am, come. It's okay, I'm going to bring everybody inside. I need a house full. I mean, I've come all the way, I flew in the morning. I mean, I love to see human beings, no? I mean, I was told that 100 people will join. Then when I come, half of us there are more people in the coffee house than the long distance. But the beauty is they designed a session, especially keeping the oldest art form which is the oldest art form, writing or speaking? And we work, in a country like India, orality is still valid or not? And is orality a part of your everyday work as teachers, professors, educators? Okay. So this mic is
will reduce my hand, but I will keep moving my hand. If it falls down, see how she made friends with the pocket. That's all we are. We are jugaad people. Sir, they will give this back to you, sir. Leave it, sir. You will get yours. Write your name also, don't worry. Okay. Circle, don't make me. So the beauty of a circle, how many of you know that Kerala classrooms have already been told no more row wise? What is the power of a circle? Circle. Oh, Max, it's not English. C-I-R-C-L-E, circle. Okay. Now it feels a house full. Where is camera uncle? Who's taking photos? Top view, side view. You take, jump and take also, it's okay. I mean, I'm a nautanki. I studied 4 degrees. I have an engineering degree. What they didn't introduce is I have an engineering degree. I have a law degree. I have a management degree. I studied from IIT Madras. Then I was working in IBM. I was heading SAP India. But some point of time, how many of you know this word ikigai? Do you all wait for your weekends? I don't. I live every moment because I chose a life which, for me, walking is storytelling, eating is storytelling, reading a book is storytelling, going on a vacation is storytelling, which means I don't have a moment between boring day and happy day. Every day is the same. I did have a day like that. But what I'm going to take you to the next 1.5 hours is if you can try something in a class, because we come again from a culture in which in a classroom, a church or a temple or a mosque. But today children irritate us, no? Anger management, psychotherapy. But where? Okay. The beauty is I don't know any of you. I'm going to talk as if I know all of you because do we need language to make contact with each other? Sir, come. Come, sir. Ma'am, come. Sir, center, sir. That's why I said circle. You know each other? Don't, yes or no, that's all. Look at ma'am. Look, did they speak in English? Did they communicate? Go back. Clap for them. Sir, come. Sir, go. Look into his eyes with anger. Anger. Imagine Sunday also you have to go to class. Look at. Sir, look. Become a child, sir. Don't think Rasa theory, Natya Shastra, all that will leave. Netra Abhinaya, I'll come later. Unfortunately, I've done all these workshops, so I will come to that. Look into his eyes, sir. Anger, sir. That is married, sir. Yes. Just go back. Clap for them. So where do we start from? We'll quickly, I know we have 1.5 hours as people join in. Thank you for choosing. I know there is no reason to come. You're here. Vikram doesn't matter. Somewhere you're here. So clap for yourself. So the beauty was, I'm not going to give you notes. I'm not giving you a PPT. I am the PPT. How many of you when you enter a classroom, which is the best PPT in the world? Do this. Do this. Do this. Do this. Do that. As teachers, I mean, we're all nautanki, no? Do that. And which is the best YouTube? Throat. Say, not vomit, sir. That biscuit you ate will come out. Take a deep breath. Say. I'm not going to give you instructions. But do you remember everything you wrote in the classroom? Anybody also reading homework or code? You remember anything? You remember it, you have to remember it's not okay. But what you will remember is the content of the experience. Yeah. Content or experience? Same thing in a classroom. Are we working with content or experience? Content, but we forget to prepare the. Do we need okay? Just to ask, do anybody needs translation? Everybody's okay. I know it's an English conference, but still, if you need translation, if I ask you in English, you will say yes. But if you ask a person next to you, in case they need a help, will you help them to translate? Because I'm asking in English, so the person who needs it will not say yes. So if you see somebody who needs help, will you just help them in Hindi or Kannada or Tamil? I mean, I'll use English as a base language. The language I can understand is Tamil, Kannada, little bit of Kannada, little bit of Hindi. Telugu, Malayalam under LKG. First standard, second standard, Telugu and Hindi. Tamil and English little more, Kannada little more, that's all. Okay, we'll come back. All of us work with English? Okay. So now first thing, in a classroom, do we use the same English inside the classroom and outside the classroom? Inside the classroom, good morning children. Outside the classroom, good morning children. So there is an inside one and outside one. We won't get into that. And the beauty is, did we all, the first vowel in English? What's the first vowel in English? Vowel in English. That's the first alphabet. What's the first vowel? If you ask a Scottish or a British, will they say A or A? So let's understand that even our own vowels are ding dong, ding dong. Come back. Say. 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 Take a deep breath. Ma'am is thinking, where did we learn all this? Take a deep breath. Sir, now understood. Apart so much of tea inside, somehow let me let it out. Take a deep breath. What's the first vowel in Kannada? What's the first vowel in Hindi? What's the first vowel in Tamil? Malayalam? So, which means all the language that we in this group have different vowels or same vowels? Same vowels. Welcome to human expressions, where the sounds that we create together are repeat, same. Which means a Malayalam child is speaking a different sound than a Manipuri child. A Gujarat child is speaking a different sound than a Delhi child. A Tamil child has a different soundscape than a Marathi child. So sounds connect us or disconnect us? So which means that what connects us is sound, but after some time we bringing the concept of language, which is later. So which is the predominant, the thing, the language or sound? But when we enter a class, how much of weightage do we put on sounds? How much of weightage do we put on language? We put so much of pressure on language because is a child's vocabulary the same as our vocabulary? And that is why all of us are at school. Anybody works with college? Okay, school? Okay. Is our vocabulary the same as the vocabulary of a school child? College child? Which means not at all. We are still learning now. So you should also learn few words today, no? Which means R is a growing body, but we put pressure on the child because we are our Ankara. I know so much of vocabulary, and the moment we come into the class, what do? we try to use it so much that it bleeds on a child's ear. If you understand what I'm saying, because language is not something that we are born with. How many of you have seen a child, let's say, who's brought up in Bangalore but has ancestry to Manipur? But you see them, you'll think, okay, they're Manipuri child, but they'll speak Kannada fluently. So picking up language is not difficult. But what we forget is, the sound is how we start our communication. And there's a drama in it. How do I say there's drama in it? Sir, when you get up in the morning, what do you do, sir? Huh? When you get up in the morning, what do you do? Subah kya kar sakte hai? When you get up in the bed only, you go walking. When you get up in the morning, now you know why I said somebody has to try, in case, because we are English teachers, but sometimes, in a country like India, sometimes our English is different to each other. Before that, washroom also. English is washroom, toilet, bathroom, restroom. Are all the same? So get up in the morning. How do you get up in the morning? But today we do this also in the morning, but we'll get up. So get up in the morning. Photo? Ma'am, watching from there, yawning from there, come join us. Come, no, it's okay. You've been attending all sitting and you will go to sleep. AC plus sofa plus watching is equal to slow sleep. No, but they will be cursing me. You know how that ma'am alone is sitting and watching. Okay, let's go. Okay, and is there a different Gulbarga yawn versus a Delhi yawn versus a Marathi yawn? So hands up. Look into the person opposite to you. Wait, sir. I know long day workshop you've been having. Let's go. Continue. Ma'am is waiting to take one. Let's go. That biscuit will come out for sure. Once more. Do you feel something in your body? Have you ever started a class in your classroom with a yawn? Which means before we even start a class, are we ready? Are we making the children ready for us to listen to us? Or before us, they'll have some other period, no? The teacher goes, we come in and we start. How do we unbaggage? If I have to do the same thing to you, today you've been attending how many hours? 6 hours? Back to back? How much of it went into your head? Same thing, a child is going through a class, first period, second period, third period, fourth period, fifth period. Ma'am is coming, English class. Yes or no? And that too in college, is English a primary subject? First subject, primary or secondary subject? Unless you are BA English. So which means, as English teachers, you have a entire opportunity to play with lot more than content. Yes or no? Which is the only subject that the child is living throughout their life. Max, when I'm crossing the road, I'm measuring trigonometry. What is cos 45? And then I cross the road? Yes or no? I am cooking. Sodium plus chloride, NaCl. I will take 1 spoon of sodium and chloride, and salt, and then mix them with H2O. And then put some citric acid. And that becomes Nimbu Pani. Do we use that so much of which is the only subject that we use in a day-to-day life? But a lot of times, because the way that we teach the content, the child operation success, patient, and we are the reasons for that also. I'm not telling it happens every time, but what you can make a difference is, it's a lifelong experience, yes or no? Sir, who was your English teacher in school, sir? Basically, okay, what are you? What are you, I mean, in life? आप क्या in life, not philosophy, real, LinkedIn profile. That a rural, but you will talk to somebody, you know. Okay, if you don't talk to somebody, they'll come and sit to you and say, what was the question? I forgot. Who was your?
In school, you went to school, you had a teacher. Who was your English teacher? See, because the teacher didn't impress him at all. Bhagirath sir. How was Bhagirath sir looking? Tall, medium? So medium. White hair or black hair? Specs or no specs? Specs. What language he spoke? That mother tongue, father tongue? Sir, not you. Tamil. Sir used to have mustache? Sir used to wear shirt and pant or t-shirt? So how much you remember about the teacher? That is all his experience. How many of us remember what we learned from our teachers or how the teacher made us experience the class? Experience or content? Experience. And English is the only subject in which today, unfortunately, a lot of times, we still teach a Western way, because of which some children, and the children come from Shakespeare houses. No. But we sometimes miss that connect. I'll come to that. Sir, your English teacher? Yes. Name? Vishwanath. Strict teacher?
My English teacher, Srinivasacharya Bhakri.
You are Vishwanath.
I am Vishwanath.
He is making sure that whatever happens, I will tell my name. Okay. Srinivasa Bhakri. Charya Bhakri. Indian language is a very funny language. Chumma in North India becomes? Yes. In South India? Chumba. Telugu Reparandi? Reparandi in Telugu means come tomorrow. So why I am coming to this is this one. You can also play games with your children, yes or no? Okay. So before, okay, half an hour over. I know you are tired. I am not sitting down because I know some of you can't sit, so we are going to move around. We'll play a small game quickly. Okay, the idea is now everybody is here. So what I'm trying to start with saying, you have the best job of all the teachers because yours is the only subject that the child is going to live till the time they're going to die. No, the subject comes every day, yes or no? Which means you have an opportunity to make the child celebrate the class or get irritated with the class. What do you want the child to experience? And today's children needs teaching or experience. But we bring in the content and forget the little experience that I did till now is something you can try it in classroom. Every day when you ask them to yawn, let's say, and we can play with the vowels. Is vowels important for a college student? Enunciation is important for every time, no? Start. After that? What after A, I, that I will come afterwards, wait. Because I in one language becomes grandmother, in another language becomes that only, restroom. Correct, sir. That's what I'm saying. In one language, mother, in another language, restroom. Indian language is very funny. Come, let's go. E, O, U. So which means you can have your own way of having a game. Remember, you sing old MGR or Shivaji movie, MGR or Dilip Kumar movies, they'll have a family song. Can we all create a family song in English also? And you can do this in any class also. But the idea is to say that there is a lot of energy in our body. Do we speak language from here or here? How many of you have seen a dog? Who's louder, adult dog or puppy? Louder, adult. In human beings, children. Adults have stopped the art of, how do we say ah? Say ah, sir. Just say ah. Was it from his throat or from his tummy? But we come from a culture in which sounds has to come from our. If you have met a native English speaker, will they speak from the throat or the tummy? Now you see the difference. Even as English teachers, sometimes we forget our experience and the sounds. I'm only working with that. I'm not saying language. I'm leaving language. I'm only working with sounds. Is sounds first or language first? So now ah has to come from. So take a deep breath. And see what happens. And this is across the world. I've been to Europe, I've been to Africa, I've been to Asia, I've worked with communities across, and I don't know any of you. But still we'll connect with just the sound. Ma'am, come. Ma'am is taking photo. Come fast. Let's go. Ah, ah. See a difference. I'm going to take out the mic. See the difference. Deep breath. Because you're all teachers, you work with your sound, because you work with your voices. Children today don't listen to your content, they listen to your sound. How many of you remember your teacher's voices more than the subject? You remember your teacher's sound? The sound in India is therapy, which means a great teacher like you is the first mental health for the child. The sound can be beautiful from the body. Let's go. Ah, ah. Keep your hand in your spine. And you see the difference. Take a deep breath. Push that inside. Like a pressure cooker, push it inside. Take another deep breath. Take another deep breath. Breathe. Go. Ah, ah. Ah, ah, ah. You felt the difference now itself? Put your hand up. Ah, ah. Ah, ah. Ah, 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 ah. Not use. It means I've been using your throat for a long time. You need to get back. Because language comes from our body. But today, teaching comes from your throat. Can you try it once more? Ah, 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 ah. Ah, ah, ah. What have we taught in phonetics? Open your mouth. Actually, half of your opening your mouth. See what have we done to our own bits? We're teaching and teaching. We've closed our mouth. That's because of the society. So open it. Nobody's watching us. And now tell me how many feel a little more difference now? Now let's make it more. Yeah, you'll see that what is this when your sound has to come, you'll see a difference. This present, you'll see a difference. Yeah, keep making the circle bigger. There's enough space for everybody. Ah, 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 no child speaks they will open their mouth and say, Ma! What do you say? Because of that what? Inside stress, outside mind. Tomorrow, headache, body pain. Because this body isn't sound a medicine in a country. Because we, again I'm saying, sound is a doctor. You're all doctors in classroom. Yes or no? How many of you in your school life, college life, when the teacher who comes in, remove the subject. The moment you hear this voice, special. And do you want to be special in your class or I'm good at sir and I'm here and shouted and stuff? We want to be special. What happens actually is, I'll leave it there. But it's okay. That's time. Another deep breath. Ah, 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 ah. Hey! Now, come back. Body is capable. Let's try it once more. The reason is what you transfer to your child is your sound. And both all the Bible, the Gita, the Quran, they say
What you transfer is your sound. Let's make it a holy body. The sound is so beautiful. Take another deep breath. Now look at the person opposite you and do the same thing. So exchange your sound. Ma'am alone is exception. It's okay, leave in between. Come. On a Thursday evening, we taught them storytelling. We thought we will do WhatsApp. Somebody will tell a story. He came and asked Mama Circle. How is it to do with stories? But that's a lot of this body has to get ready first. Before the body getting ready, we hurt ourselves. Audience, listen. I'm that phone. So welcome. By this time, those who are here. The idea is to say that drama, this body tool in a classroom, especially today, the children need more content or more experience.
More experience.
Because they can Google and Alexa, but what the children don't get is
Experience.
Can this be replaced by Alexa?
No.
Can this sound be replicated by ChatGPT?
No.
This sound we created together can never be created for the next 1,000 years. It's never been created before, never been created, and that is what you do in a classroom, because your sound, for the children's sound, you're creating that space, that special space of energy. And that energy is not then. How many of you have felt something in your childhood triggers on till your adulthood? And that is what we do in a class. We can bring that happy energy through sound. The child will have a lifelong, even if you don't bring happiness, but don't disturb the happiness right ahead. That's the way that somebody can play. Okay, this is one game you can try in a class. Will a child stop doing this? Can we do with 40 children in a class? And is there language in this?
No.
There is no language, but also can we, from a teaching perspective, what are we doing with sound? You are asking them to enunciate, but today we don't enunciate. We speak from we don't speak from our ego. Number two, we can figure out which child needs special attention. We can figure out which child needs stammering. Will a stammering child be confident in a group? Yes. Ask the child come and talk to us, they won't talk. But in a group, how many of you love doing things in a group? But in a classroom, what do? We shun that and make every child that do that individual and hurt the other child. But in a group, we still have class in it. Today, I talk about, in ID Matter, a conference I was speaking, I said, today we forgot to do things in a group. Everything we do alone and the other child alone, but in a group, a child who's never spoken will speak now. Yes or no? A child who has never seen eye to eye will see eye to eye. Yes or no? And is communication increasing?
Yes.
Because communication is just not language.
Language is also a part of communication, but language is becoming much more. We'll do one more simple thing. Okay. All of us ready?
Yes.
And moment you feel your flow, you feel that your body is also communicating. Because today we wear footwear and forget that earth is also communicating. No. Yes or no? You can do this in a class. I'm just giving you experience. Okay. Now simple game. Show me your right hand. Left hand. Why are always with punishment mode? Right hand. What's our time? Right hand. Left hand. Right hand. Left hand. Left hand. Your game was simple. Okay. Who told you this is called right hand? Right. Yes or no?
Yes.
Huh? Are you sure? Not Papa. But let's say, what is busy day? What does busy in Kannada mean?
Hot.
What does busy in English mean? What is busy? What is bath in Kannada? Bath in Kannada. Rice. What is bath in English? What is bath in Hindi? One word, so many. Can you quickly think of words like that which makes us learn one more language? Give me another word. One word which means different things in India. Mara. Mara is also. What does it mean? I'm not able to answer Hindi, no. So Mara in Kannada, give me more words.
Mara in Telugu means screw.
Screw. So same Mara, screw, tree. Okay, so you're learning 3 languages. One way to have fun. Give me more words quickly. Sorry. Uppu another language. Tamil, Uppu is sorry. Some other language.
Mango.
Mavu. Mavu is mango in one language, also become dosa, batter. It's here we're doing this. Go on. Give me another word. But every word has something, another word.
Chaya.
Chaya.
Shadow.
Shade. In Marathi, chaya. Chaha. Go on. Any other word? Give me. We have so much of word. Every word means something else.
Fire.
Fire. Fire is sprouts and cereal.
Leg in
Hindi. Leg in
Hindi.
Give me both language. Leg in Hindi. Super. So fire is sprout in Tamil, becomes fire and becomes leg in Hindi. Go on. Hand up. Children, hand up. Hey, no. I'm saying if you have a word.
Bonda in Kannada.
Alu bonda.
Water.
You'll answer. You don't have to do it. Tender coconut. Bonda is tender coconut in Telugu. Bonda in Tamil also means, but in Marathi if you mean vada pav, that vada is also bonda. Alu. He's asking what are you doing?
Sir, ಮಾತಾಡು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ to talk and in Telugu ಮಾದಿ our ಮಾತಾಡು
No, it's ಮಾట్లాಡು. Not ಮಾట్లాಡು.
So one way, even speaking language learning is difficult. One way to do it. In English also there's many things, no? Give me one word in English which means, like I said, bath is one, busy is one. Give me another word. Rape I already gave you. Rape
tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Then. Yeah, keep adding. The circle keeps adding. Okay, if you're not sitting down because some of us are not able to sit, we are standing. Okay, go on. You're all English. Come on.
Pair means like,
Pair, P-A-I-R, pair is two. Pair.
like Hindi.
Hindi is like, okay. Say it loudly. English. Go on, just English. Give me words in English. So please look at every word in your English vocabulary. You will find one word in Indian language. Okay? As I'm talking, it's a big word. No, that came from the Tamil word
Kattamaram.
That is not the same. So Kattamaram, become calicut, came from calico, the word came from calicut. The cotton came from calicut, it was calico. Kattamaram, because that's how they came. And so it's not, it came derived, like mango also came from manga.
Sandalwood is Chandan.
What is it? No, I'm not, let's not get to that. This is all origin, like chutney is an English word. I'm not getting into that. Call.
Oh,
Go on.
in Hindi call, sir, in Hindi call time.
Profit. For example, in Bengali, when you say joy, it is J in the other language. So it's one of the different. Law. English law.
English law. Sometimes in
Bottle guard. So lock and key. So one way to again work with door. Anybody know this vegetable called chow chow?
Yeah.
There's a dog called chow chow.
Yeah.
There's a fish called chow mein.
Yeah.
And we all use it in our vocabulary.
Right.
What is chow mein? Have you ever asked this question? All of us have used the word chow mein. It is not Maggie. Maggie is the brand. Why is chow mein called chow mein? Is chow an English word? Put a hand up and how many of you use the word chow mein? Put a hand, yes or no, you use the word chow mein. Even as people you use other words, just think of what it means. Because that is one way to even learn new things every day. Okay, we'll come back to chow in a minute. So wait and ask me later. Okay, quickly. Right hand up. Left hand. Right hand. Left hand. Left hand. And now very simple. This hand is called your left hand. This hand becomes your right hand. That's all. Simple. Somebody told right hand, left hand, believe, no? So fill the blank with sir has no space. It's like a jar of water and salt. You always fill in deep. Okay, now this hand is called your
left hand. Right hand.
What is your, like, what is this hand? Now, that's why I'm protecting. Simple. Because for a child, you came and told right, they believe, no? Is unlearning easy or difficult?
Difficult, very difficult.
So let's try this. Left hand. Left hand. Right hand. Right hand. Left hand. Right hand. Left hand. Left. 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 Right. Left. Okay, so simple. We'll make it complex. Okay. Now this is called your right leg. Right? When you say right leg, you move your right leg. When you say left leg, you move your right leg. Left leg. Right leg. Left leg. Left leg. Oh, move front. So you do this, nobody gets. Right leg. Left leg. Simple. So same thing. This becomes my
Left.
left. Left leg. This becomes my
Right leg.
That's so simple, no? They're all watching. Watching is joyful. Right leg. Starting only by. Now you understand what happens in a classroom for a child when we give instruction. So we come from such a baggage that we think, and this is beautiful, it's only for us to unlearn our mind. We always think that whatever it is, it will take time. Everybody has their own speed of unlearning. If a child is unlearning from mother tongue, father tongue, home, and then coming to a school. So much of unlearning, no? Okay, quickly, right leg, left leg, right leg, left leg. Okay, simple. Okay. Now,
What is this hand called?
Left hand.
Now this is called leg. This is called. In the class, you'll ask children to repeat it. Let's look at this is called your
Left leg.
left leg. This is your
Oh, right leg.
This is your
Left hand.
This is your
Right hand.
Don't look at each other. So have fun. I guess, of course, you have fun. But see how are we listening or our body is listening? Is our ear listening, body listening? Ear or body? Ear or body? Now come back to a child. For a child, is ear listening or body listening?
Body.
Anybody a psychiatrist here?
Psychology.
Now tell me, ear listening, body listening.
It is a coordination of both.
Child does not listen to the ear, rather listens to the ear. The child will listen to the body. Because the child is still developing their sense. Because it's still not grown up. What we think is our language is not a child's language. Come back. Very simple. Let's go. Right leg.
Right leg.
Quiet. Left leg. Right hand.
Right hand.
Left leg.
Left leg.
Come back when it goes. Somebody stand. Pretty aggressive. Freeze the phenomenon. Okay.
Yeah.
Rub yourself. Kiss your own face. Kiss your nose. Because we always see others to take care. Who's going to take care of ourselves? I will come to that slowly because as teachers, every moment you look at others and ask them to take care of themselves. But these are ways to take care of yourself. Did you laugh for a few seconds? But in a day-to-day school life, you have time to laugh. Make time. If you don't take care of yourself, you will hurt the child that you enter your class. Quickly, you're not an exact because we are in a circle, there's no percent. I don't even know who we are. We are all different colors. Start. Right leg. Left hand.
Left hand.
Come back. Back down. This is coordinating. Right. Left leg.
Left leg.
I'll do it slowly. Left hand. Right leg.
Right leg.
Right hand.
Right hand.
Okay, now simple. Right leg and left hand.
Right leg. Right hand. Left hand.
I don't know.
Right leg. Left hand.
See, the outsource is hand and right leg. After 4 years, we enter class and say, children, listen to me. The hand in the pocket, no. The hand is so beautiful, no. How many of you think we speak with our hands? I believe that. So the hand in the pocket is good skill. Because especially the Indians, we love to communicate with the hand. Moment goes with the thing, no. Because our body is speaking, not our mouth. I'm very clear. This is purely from experience. I mean, you all are human. So, one last thing before we take this thing. This is not with sound. You see, the body processing also takes time. Use it in a classroom. And every time you see that class getting nonsense, move. Isn't this all communication? With listening apart, and today we teach listening. We train an entire generation of listening. You can see this in the conference also. How many of you have seen? We'll sit there, but we'll be building on mobile phone. But somebody else will be talking on stage. Isn't it the least respect we give somebody? Apparently, that's what we forget. Because listening is the first communication, not talking. And we fail to, and even in classroom, we fail to talk. We don't take sessions to listen. Come back. Now, just take a deep breath. Look at somebody around you and smile at them. Without sound effect. Okay. Now do this. Smile at everybody with your eyes around one circle. Smile, no. You will get a certificate after 4th day. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Start. Left leg.
Right hand. Right hand. No leg. Left, right. Left hand. Right leg. Left leg, right hand. Left leg, right hand. Clap for yourself.
So, where I'm taking you is to say that communication can happen beyond language. Language is what you're all experts in. Because you're all learning it every day. But there is a little thing beyond communication where I'm fixing it, but I see a gap, is using the body in a classroom. Does it work for 7th standard students in a class? Can you do this with teenagers? Can you do this with college students? Can you do it with kindergarten students? Fantastic. Ma'am is again and that's where it is. So first, sound is communication, but which also means the way we dramatize is how our experience is, right? So, for example, imagine this is the higher arc, this is my lower arc. We'll quickly play another game. Okay, start. No, sound, not hand. See how immediately hand went up. Upper R, lower R, start. Hand down, hand down. You don't have to put your hand up. You just see me. Continue. Okay. Now let's say this side does R, this side does E. Okay. This side does R. My semicircle 180 degrees from that sir to that sir. After all the communication, it's okay. New sound is coming. So now tell me 3 aspects of communication that is happening here. Other than language, what else is communicating is happening here? Coordination. Is coordination also, for example, when can I say something, can my face and my expression be different to what I want to communicate? That's happened to us. We'll say, but I thought you said something different. Okay, no, communication. Music is a form. What else? Listening, watching. Is watching also communication? So, and here, did anybody make a mistake? We never bothered. Mistake is not wrong. Mistake is to be celebrated. Clap for yourself. There is no perfect communication. I'm come from that world. I mean, we can differ as teachers, but there is no perfect communication because we are all evolving every day. Yes or no? And there's no best at all because you are the best to yourself today. And the child is the best in that. Be it measuring a child to an adult sometime. But the child is only best according to what they've gone through. Okay. One more game. Anybody leg is paining? It won't because you're using a body. Moment you sit, your body might pain, but moment we move around, we'll move around a little bit. Okay. Now when you say jump in, you go front. Jump out, you go out. Jump right, jump left. Simple. Don't hit each other. No anger management here. Okay. Jump in, jump out, jump in, Jump left. Jump right. Jump left. Jump in. Careful, it's okay. So which means you have to be conscious of your space also. Sir went to second row also. What, sir? You left them. Come inside, sir. We'll make space. We'll make space. Shoulder to shoulder, we'll make space. Jump out. Jump in. Jump right. Okay. Now simple. I'll change. Jump right means. Achocho. Jump in means. That's all. Simple. But you also will tell it along with me. Which means you will also say jump out. You will say jump. You see then what is happening. Because now you're not listening and you're also telling it. Let's go. Say. After I finish, you start. Jump in. Jump out. Jump left. That's what happened. So your body will do something, but your word will do something. You see the difference here. Circle, circle, circle back. Now the idea is not you to listen, is you to you see your memory, muscular memory, and that's beautiful. Jump in, jump out, jump out. You are taking time. Somebody saying jump out. He said move, friend. Immediately you see the difference in your speed. Jump right, jump left, jump out. So the moment you say it, the body goes back to the previous memory. Beautiful. No, this body is fabulous. This body has been communicating to the world without even any language. They are still communicating with us. We'll do one short time. Let's try this. Okay. Just comfortable. And so, okay, jump, I'll say step. Okay? Step in. That's all. So instead of jump, I'm using the word step. So it's all the same. In and out is reverse, left and right is reverse. Step out. Step in. Louder! You see the volume? Somebody saying, try. Step in. Step out. I know it's not a game. Life is never a game. I'm completely not for the thing. We say we are celebrating, you know. Step left. Traffic jam. Am I using complex words? It's the most simple words, no? So which means it can work in spaces where they don't speak English as a primary language. I work with children who speak completely other language, but let's start with simple because children speak sentences or words. Do children speak sound or words? But what do? Children, welcome to the class. Puss. Because welcome is a child's language or adult's language. So that's all. We'll do quickly. Very clear? Step right. Step left. Step out. Step in. Step in. Step out. Step right. Step left. Over time, see the initial will be very nice. But as you keep moving in, you'll feel that the body is going back to your initial. Okay, so clap for yourself. So there is pure sound, there is pure body, there's a sound and body which has been with us. Does a child have a muscular memory? They do. What is the first muscular memory for a child? When the child is born, what sound does a child make? I'm asking, tell all of you who have been fathers and mothers, I'm not. Child says, ha, hi mama, ha. Okay, let's work with this phonetics. What's the first sound does a child make, a baby make? Say that. And when you close, what sound comes? What word? That's how the word amma came. Not somebody sitting and writing amma in a book. How did we eat mango? What's mango in Hindi? So now is amma a word or a sound? but we've forgotten those sounds and say Amma, and Amma has become Ma also, because Ma is closing. That is not. That's again using consonants. Okay, where were we? After that we waited. We'll come. Okay, and a baby. Ma'am is going. Paper presentation. Okay. You'll come back, no? Because I said I'm a human tube. Even one person goes, this heart goes laptop. If it was a YouTube and I was seeing the PPT, I wouldn't know. Okay. So what's the first sound a child make? And from there we built on it. And all of you remember lullabies in our language? Do lullabies have a lot of words or a lot of sounds? Araro, ariraro, arirararo. Jo, ja, jo, Karnataka. Jo, ja, jo, 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 ja, jo, 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 ja, jo, Maharashtra. Zo, 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 za, zo, 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 za, zo, zo, zo. And this is for the child or for the person who is sharing. Who feels lighter, the child or the giver? It's actually the giver, because the mother has been going through different points of pain, and when you let out sound, how many of you feel therapeutic when you let out your sounds? And a classroom is also the same space. A classroom is a fantastic space to let your sounds out. If you have a bad day in your class or a day which doesn't work, use sounds to cleanse yourself, because today cancer is not because of smoking and drinking, it is because of holding on to stress, emotion. And you all go through multiple emotions in a day. House emotion, husband and wife emotion, children emotion, grandchild emotion, and come to school, principal emotion. Then Excel sheet emotion. Then Word document emotion. In between classroom, and that the class child has a watch in the and saying, ma'am, your time is over, go out. Terrible children these days are, no? Okay. So which means sounds can also be used to help yourself make your day better, teaching better. I'm not getting into your content, but even this also are we using communication, because the most ancient communication was lullaby. But today we've forgotten lullabies and we put stress on a lot of things. Okay, 25 minutes. I will do, okay, some of you must have been thinking, but where does storytelling start? Not even started, because in 1.5 hours I can't give you, it's like, can we learn dance in 1.5 hours? But the base of storytelling is sound, yes or no? Because the word storytelling doesn't mean writing. Today we use the word very loosely, even in English vocabulary, saying, oh, I'm a storyteller, I write books. A writer is not a storyteller. Oh, I'm a storyteller, I take photographs. That is not storytelling. Oh, I'm a storyteller, I write poetry. No. I'm a storyteller, I write for a magazine. No. What is storytelling? What is storytelling? Huh? Not necessary. So there's theatre also. Huh? No. Okay, I'll do. Okay. Can a story that can be written be told? Can a story that can be told be written? Okay, you all know this story. Will you just do it along with me? But you have to do it with your sound and body. Are you ready? Get your body ready. Warm up your body. Look at the person next to you and smile at them. Show them a very disgusting face. Show them a very show them a very sad face. Show them a very irritated face. See how comfortably they're sitting. It's okay. Okay. Where were we? Okay. You all know the story. We'll look at the etymology of the story later. Okay. Take a deep breath. Can this be told to a child in Kashmir? Can this be told to a blind child? Can this be told to a deaf child? Can it be told to an autistic child? Can it be told to a child with learning disability? Can this be told to, let's say, a college student to unbaggage stress? Can this be used in a corporate setup? Can this be told with each one of you together so that you also have a lighter day? Now tell me, is this storytelling? We started with this in our life. This is the most nascent storytelling, no? We started from nascent. You remember your kitchens? We start from the oldest technology. Leave science. India works with emotion. Science is later. We started storytelling with, but today what do? Once upon a time there was a immediately jump into the story. There was a tree, and on the tree there was a. How did the crow get its name? Because we call it CROW. But what we forget is enunciating on the crow. Because what is crow in Kannada? What is crow in Tamil? What is kaka in Hindi? Uncle. You go to Delhi and say, Kaka is going. I'll say, no, my Kaka is at home. So, which means from a language perspective, can I start the story in a classroom with this version and end of the year finish by saying, once upon a time there was a crow? Does it work? The first day in a class, I start with this. After 1 year, which means the next week I'll say, crow. So give me 4, that the story needs 20 words or 4 words? First word. Just give me word. Then? Thirsty. Then? Pot. I don't even say water, still the story works. Because our storytelling tradition is so beautiful. Can you ever write a story like Thirsty Crow? Can you try creating a story with like Thirsty Crow? It will take you months and months and months. The most difficult story is to create a single character story. But the story, does the story have a structure of a story? Does it have a beginning, middle, end, problem? If there is no problem, I came from Chennai to Bangalore. Is that a story? I came from Chennai to Bangalore in a car. Is that a story? That is not. I'm sorry, because a lot of time we think a narrative is a story. A story is not blabbering. It's not narrative. It's not diary entry. It has to have an arc, which is, because writing can be poetry also. Now, I came from Chennai to Bangalore in a car, and the car crossed Hosur. Is that a story? I started from Chennai, came to Bangalore in a car, the car stopped in Hosur, I had dinner in Hosur and came to Bangalore. Is that a story? Because as teachers, how many of you create your own stories in class? We come from a culture in which we made stories every time in our house. But today, outsource it. We have outsourced music, we have outsourced dance, we have outsourced, the last thing we have outsourced is, that's why I have a job. Because the most ancient tradition is today gone. UNESCO calls storytelling as an intangible heritage. Can Alexa take away my job? It can take away your job. So get ready to tell stories in your classroom, because that is what children need today. Subject can be done by YouTube and things, but what you can do, get yourself ready. If you can dance, be a dancer in your classroom. If you're a singer, to sing, do you need to be a singer? Beautiful. To be dance, you need to be a dancer. But what we put so much of stress in ourselves. Okay, I mean, I'm just giving you a tool. I'm only giving you ABCDs, how many alphabets? And to learn it, will it take 1 year or even 3 days we can finish it? 3 days or 2 days I can finish. But what does it take a lifelong? To master the language. To tell a story is simple. To become the story is your lifelong. That's what I do. To learn Sarigama Padanisa is 2 days. But to master, to learn the piano, it will take you 2 days to learn the notes. But how do you master it? And that's why I'm taking you back. Don't depend on a book to tell a story, because you are the storyteller. If you take a book and say that this story comes from this book, then why are you telling it in class? Create your stories. Now, Thirsty Crow, I've given you. I'll do one story. I know time runs. Is it okay to go a little beyond 6, 5, 10 minutes? Unless you have some very urgent government meeting, Prime Minister meeting. And we'll end at 6. It's okay. More than that, who's staying? I'll take Q&A after 6. Okay. If you want to stretch yourself, dance. Okay. So this is, so what should a story have? A beginning, middle and end. And that's common to Dil Chahta Hai movie. Yes or no? Dabang. Yes or no? Don't say Dabang. KGF. When will you say a movie doesn't work? When there is no arc. Ending also. And ending is very important, because sometimes we'll do Mahabharata at the end and child will say, 5 minutes is 5 minutes. Storytelling is like a knife. You can cut somebody's neck, or you can make them give vegetables and salad. And sometimes in Tamil you say, aruthinde irukirudhu. What we do is we do too much of it is also a problem. It's a great tool. It's also a tool which you shouldn't abuse also. Okay, so this story is something that it's from me. So in case you're doing it in your classroom, you can give credit to me. And let's see. Ma'am is going. Still that ma'am, they're sitting. Ma'am, why back, madam? Come front, no. Still all your organizers can't come front. Why are you talking for her? Okay, let's start. 1, 2, 3, go. Finger. Fingy. Finger. Fingy. Sir is thinking twice. Nothing, I'm not changing anything. Finger. Fingy. Take a deep breath. Finger. Fingy. Finger. Fingy. Finger. Where is our photographer? Come, sir. That is video. There's a power to photograph, no? Because you see, videograph I can't put in Instagram. Photo I can put in Instagram, no? Then tomorrow when you get this photo, you'll also hashtag me, no? Videograph we can't take screen grab. So this is like finger, fingy, finger, fingy, finger. Now listen even how many times I'm saying. There's the reason I'm doing all that. So there's nothing without science. Finger from now up. Before this you didn't think, For last 1.5 what, madam? You thought I was telling without science. Finger, fingy, finger, fingy, finger, sleeping, fingy, sleeping, finger, sleeping, fingy, sleeping, finger, wake up, fingy, wake up, finger, wake up, wake up, wake up. There's a reason. A child is watching. This is different to this. Finger, wake up. Fingy, wake up. Finger, fingy, finger, fingy, finger, There'll be the first bencher who's not naughty, you know. Finger. Fingy. E. Finger. What do you do after waking up? Aha, 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 aha. Ma'am, brush the teeth, not dosa. Aha, aha, aha. Take it yours and send me. Take in your phone and what? Oh, sir. No, no recording. They will do official. This is my copyright. Wait. Group, sir. Wait, sir. Aha, 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 aha. Pingy. Hee 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 hee. After brush. Okay, nicely. Aha, 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 aha. Do. Aha, 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 aha. Which hand? Which hand? Aha, 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 aha. Teach for India. Do. Aha, 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 aha. Because as teachers, our body is not getting flexible. Child loves a teacher who's flexible. Fingy. Hee. Go. Okay. Aha. That's what this is like. First bencher coming to stage. Finger. After bath. Breakfast, no dress. Aha. Fingy. Finger. What's going on? Sir, hands up. How will your school, college know that you attend workshops? Raise your hand. Fingy. Finger. Ready. School. Ready. Aha. Fingy. Why are you brushing? Nicely. Sir, don't leave finger down, sir. Same school, sir. Finger. Good morning. Fingy. Good morning. Finger. Good morning. Fingy. Good morning. Finger. Fingy. Open. Notebook. Finger. Pencil box. Fingy. Pencil box. Finger. Sad. No pencil. Amen. Fingy. No sharpener. Idea. Finger. Give. Fingy. Give. So who will tell this in the class automatically by now? Finger. Aha. Fingy. Sir, pencil, remember, careful. he. Finger? Scribble, draw, or write. What do you want to do? Scribble. Aha, 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 aha. Fingy? Lunch break. Finger? Lunchbox. Fingy? Lunchbox. Finger? No lunch. Fingy? No spoon. Wait, sir. Stay with the emotion. Emotion. Be like that. Okay, sir. Emotion, sir. Finger. Idea. Give. Spoon. Fingy. Give. Sir, why are you watching? You also come. Fingy. Give. Let. Finger. Spoon. Fingy. School over. Finger. Hi, Fingy. Hi, Finger. Hello. Hi. Friends. Yes or no? So you will also get to know your mentality of your class. I will talk about the story. Finger, Fingy, go home. Ha ha. Only. Wait, sir. Ha ha. Hee. Ha. Hee. Ha. Hee. Bye, Fingy. Bye, Finger. This is not sadness. This is the. Let I ask you English word. What is that emotion? Bye, Fingy. Bye, Finger. Tata. Bye. See you. Ta. Bye. See you. Bye. Now look at both from, of course, from edutainment, entertainment, and learning. Give me a learning. Can this story be ever written? Try writing. Aha. Right? So you have to draw. You can't try writing. He doesn't work. What can be told can't be written. That's how our language is. When I say, and the bird went. So give me 3 observations from the story. Sir, selfie, they will take, sir. Give me 3 observations from the story. I mean, as teachers, the body visual, okay, go on. It's an experiential story where you do it along with each other. Okay, voice. Now go very critically. Is Fingy a boy or a girl? Did I say finger? Did I use can Fingy be both boys? Can it be both girls? Now tell me, can the story be written? It is beyond gender. Can I use the story to talk about 2 boy and a girl can be friends to a 9th standard child? Go on. I've used the story across the country. Can this story be told to a child from a remote part of India? Can this be told the story without finger? I can say, aha, 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 e, e. Will it work? Will the child understand? That's the beauty of a body. Isn't it communicating? And from there, can I say once finger, one day finger, and build the story slowly? Okay, go on. What else do you see? Can the story be again used with children with differently able children? I did this recently in Andhra, and some of them came and loved it. Can you use the story with children who are completely hearing impaired? Completely visual impaired? How? The voice modulation, when I say ee, what will I do? I will go touch them also. There's also a sense of touch, but they will know it. What else? Can this be used for an LKG child? Can this be used for a 12th standard child? Can it be used in offices and large works? Did you see your body, and when you do it, did you feel your body loosening up a little bit? Flexibility, because today teachers are getting into a move. Now tell me, which teachers smile more, primary teachers, secondary teachers, or neither today? Oh, okay, done, dusted. So this is the power of storytelling. It's not about once upon a time. So grammar and language is one part of communication and storytelling, but please don't make that the only component of storytelling. What else was there in the story? I didn't say moral at all. Emotion. Today, how many of us show emotion in a class? Do we show 9 emotions or 1 or 2 emotions in a class? Do we ever show more than 2-3 emotions in a class? What are we told to control our? Controlling emotion is a dustbin. Don't do that today. I'm going to say, use the storytelling method to even unleash the emotion. So which means that emotion which is inside you can let it out in a more constructive way. And if you hold it, what will happen at home? I leave it there. School success, house damal. So it's one way also to control your emotions, as because this is the only field in which your product service is the same. Even if you don't heal the child, don't hurt the child. And the child comes to us to learn, or first to or hand over the child to the next teacher without hurt. I believe in the second. Even the child doesn't learn, it's okay, but if you can hand over the child with lots of love and healing to the next teacher. But today children spend more time with teachers or parents. And especially a city like Bangalore, there are children who don't even know who the mother father is. So we have a lot of responsibility. And sound, emotion is such a strong way. And if a child is doing this and the child doesn't look at you eye to eye, can you figure out the child needs intervention by 6 or 8 years old? Yes or no? If a child doesn't repeat, can you find the child is hearing is a little weak? So this is a great way even to figure out if the child needs help. Storytelling. The moment you turn to the board, the child doesn't need you anymore. It is very difficult. But this is what children need today. The time is 6. I'm going to pause by saying storytelling is no longer once upon a time. Storytelling is the most ancient form of emotion through the body, through the voice, which AI cannot replicate in today's time. If you can do that, we will be the most happiest people in the world. If not, AI will take over our job. Thank you. 5 minutes, we'll do question and answers. Any questions you want to ask, we'll do 5 minutes. We won't end. No. It's not like, Ade Babe, go away. I'm a human being. So ask. If you don't ask questions, I will look at you and smile. Any questions, any thought that comes to mind? Did it make sense to all of you? I'm not saying that you change it, but some extra masala to your work. Because I believe in masala more than raw ingredients. Because today we will give a lot of rice and salt, but we forget that masala is more important. But what I've given you is masala, but use it responsibly. Too much of it is also not okay. It's measured. Any questions? th and 12th.
So, from being a single cell to death. I was actually thinking about bring storytelling, which I usually do. In some concepts, they need to learn through this. But I was also thinking, if I start doing this, I'll become this animated professor.
You're not a storyteller. I'm a storyteller. You're a teacher.
Right.
You will use one day storytelling, one day you will use
The
another
theoretical
form.
aspect.
It is only a recipe for you. It's like saying, I will use colors, but you're not a painter. See, in a class of 5 days, one day use painting, one day use stories, one day different tools. I specialize in storytelling. You specialize in the plurality of looking at the psychology of the.
Yeah.
So look for you, psychology is the spectrum. If you, for example, if you're doing a dance, you will use movement as a. Like today, narrative therapy has already come.
Correct.
Narrative therapy looks at narrative, not even storytelling. And there's no performance, only telling and looking at the reaction. That's a very, so which means when I work with children, I'm not a therapist, but a therapist can look at that form. Moment I finish, all of you would have seen each one also reacting, one of you also teared up. But I'm not there I'm purely a performer. So your role is, you're using one tool which is called storytelling. So not there to do storytelling.
Got it. Thank you.
In 1.5 hours, you want to learn all the tools, sir? Come for other conferences. This is not even one dot of storytelling. You've not even gone into the world. Ask them to create narrative, personal stories. For example, if they just share something about their father, something that happened to their father. They use the storytelling technique to, one is debaggage what they have in mind, use communication, put it in words, which English department. Personal stories are a great way. Personal storytelling is one of the most strongest tools for the older groups. No? One day with your father, and they will come out. Writing is one, telling is one, and every day, and especially today, we need a lot of story, and you need story bank. No, in a class, will you want to use stories in a class? How many stories do you have in your bank? Will exhaust it after some time, it will be same stories again. 100 stories can you build? That's where storytelling comes. It's both personal, metaphor, and metaphorical stories also. Using a story and draw a parallel. Like the crow, sometimes our life is lonely, no? You don't have help. You can't go to another crow. You can't wait for another crow. The only person you have to depend is, louder, is, and sometimes you have to take help from something which is not like you. Which is the stone is a stone flying. And like the crow, if you need help, it's okay to find help with somebody who's not like you. Now this is not in the story. Now when I do this, how many of you could feel emotional? That's what you need to do. That's your job. Debriefing is what the teacher's job is. If I have to do it another way, I'm the crow wanted to go somewhere. If it's stuck in the pot, how will it grow? Your destination is important. You can't be stuck in your way. If you know that's why you need to go, figure out everything. Finish your thirst, finish your flight, find the stone, move on. Don't stick there for the rain to come. Another perspective.
Sir, I just wanted to know, like, the storytelling.
They're going without saying bye-bye. Wait. What, madam? We didn't take photo. I told you. No. It's so okay.
Sir, I wanted to know, like,
I won't meet you for the rest of my life.
Can we
Today is
make it
important.
random in the class, in the sense like a weekly once, or we can fix a time?
Don't make it regular. When we make it regular, it becomes a classroom and timetable. And ma'am is going to tell story now. Anything that's regular is boring.
Okay.
I love random. Imagine every Monday I give you dosa. Do you like dosa after 1 month?
No.
That's
Even now I don't like.
okay, Pongal. Even now is personal child. I'm being general. Any other question? There's so many techniques I told you in 1.5 hours.
Not only the storytelling, others, because
Sir, only 1.5 hours, sir. You're asking one PhD thesis in 1.5 hours. In 90 minutes, we learn some things. Isn't that a technique? Yes. Try using them tomorrow. Go on. You Navarasa and all don't say. Say emotion. Ashte. You be emotional. I know you can be. Make the child also emotional. Today, children lack emotion expression. This is one
Hi,
little.
sir. Thank you for such a nice session. I'm a prospective teacher researcher. So one thing that we face, especially like our age, like people who are getting into the industry, is that we have very little people with whom, we can talk about our feelings and emotions, not just a classroom. So I was just thinking of a way where, we can like build activities like these, like small activities. The wildest of jokes amongst friends are the ones which often have no characters and no plot whatsoever.
So find an arc. Of course, if you need, I can come again, we can work specifically on that. Anytime you share something, find your arc and then talk. But today we let it out. Now see if you can find an arc, a beginning, middle, end, and make it short. So then you'll find the storytelling method even communication. Instead of saying, somebody asks you, how was your day? Okay. Instead of thinking, even that okay, is it worth telling? A word that's not told is also savings. So measure your. Any other. I love, the reason is I gave up my entire life to do this. So I'm here, I love what I do. So if you don't talk to me, I will look at you and smile. What else to do? Sir, if not, you would have been. Now tell me in the entire conference, how many conferences have attended and slept in the conference? WhatsApped in the conference? When somebody's talking, we'll put you in one pedestal, sir. Now, the reason is also, I've seen a lot of conferences in which we come, we finish, we don't, when it's a learning time, we only look at a WhatsApp and do passive learning. But this body is such a learning tool. So I don't give notes, I don't think, I know ma'am is WhatsApping saying I'll come soon, don't book the auto and all. But the idea is to say that this body is a fantastic tool. Listen, because today we don't listen anymore. And if you can listen to your students, that is also communication. Today children don't need teachers who talk, they need teachers who listen. Train yourself in listening. And listening is also, you can make it storytelling, that's another art altogether. How do we listen as a story, all that, but listen. And thank you for listening. I know your legs will pain, but trust me, you will not forget my workshop, at least for the next few days. We'll take a picture. I'm available on WhatsApp, I'm available on Instagram. I hope some of you are coming for the walk tomorrow. You'll see Bangalore through my eyes. You'll see another. I won't talk about storytelling. I will only do another. I'll only keep showing you other things. If you're not registered, check with them if the spots come. You will see something which today, how we just experience the city by walking through stories. I'll tell you stories of the spaces. So come, if you're interested, you'll see something different and you'll take back another memory. I will not do step in, step out tomorrow. Don't worry. We'll take a picture together. You see there, again, darkness, there's darkness and so far, no? But yeah, but thank you, clap for yourself. I'm sure you've, wherever the camera is, you want to come? You heard the workshop, no? So come, it's okay. Madam, come. Oh, sure. Take care. First bench. Of him, sir? Sir wants to be in first row. What can we say?
Actually, I will be after him.
Say Thursday.
Say Thursday.
Today is Friday. Tomorrow. Preparing. Okay. Idli.
Idli sambar.
Sambar closes mouth, sir. Vada. Look, sir. Say hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
You have a nice smile.
Have a nice day.
The camera is smiling, sir.
Camera. Look at camera. Say hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hi. Hello. Oh, over it. Okay. One on your phone also. Send it to me. Okay. Wait. Anybody wants to give your phone?
Somebody? Please.
So that you'll Instagram and hashtag me also?
Yes, sir.
I'm called the storytelling fellow. And the fellow only, because that way I can be young, no?
Sir, please tell me some of the techniques.
Sir, 90 minutes I told, means after that, after eating bisi belabat, you're asking, can you give me more bisi
Get the
belabat?
control of the students, man.
Call me to your school.
Okay. One or the other day.
Yes.
It's not a school, it's an engineering college.
Okay, one more. Camera, see sir, hello. Ma'am, who's coming is coming for the photo. Coming for only photo. Workshop bunk coming. What is this? People who are not coming for the workshop are coming only for photo. I am very sad.
They would like to see that they attended the workshop.
They all attend. I'm saying. Okay. Hey, it's okay.
Yes.
What can we say? Ma'am, what do you like to eat? Biryani? Biryani. Anda biryani hai. Poha.
Please. One.
Middle one. See whichever is nice phone take.
Who is this? No, somebody. Who has given
This.
Ask them.
Okay, take a deep breath.
Workshop is for one day, photograph is for lifetime.
Yeah. What can we say now? Okay. Hey, over. Hey, why are you in so much of a hurry? You have to go.
Don't be in a hurry. Please.
It's okay. Okay, lovely. Thank you. I'm a human being. You can also give me a handshake also.
Okay, sir, please. Hugging.
Thank you, sir. Mike. Tech team.
Thank you very much. Sir, have you ever been to Assam?
I would love to come. I've been to Guwahati.
Thank you, sir. I think you had come to Mysore Literary Association.
Yes, which school, which college?
I'm from Maharashtra.
Oh, sure. Selfie.
Kindly be seated.
No, who told you?
Kindly be seated.
I'm so sorry, sir.
Kindly be seated. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Vikram. That was an exercise, but they thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you very much. May I now invite Dr. Ilango, Chair ELTAI, to present Mr. Vikram with a memento. Camera.
Finger up, finger in.
Please sit.
Thank you.
Sir.
Thanks for staying and
Sir, the camera is.
No, understood.
No, sir. We need it.
No, thanks for staying, but don't use it for the history. All the other work.
Thank you, Dr. Ilango. Thank you, Mr. Vikram. With this, we conclude today's session. See you tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. I know, ma'am, I did do that.